Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session of the Montgomery County Council. I'm glad to be with all of you this morning. We have two proclamations this morning. The first proclamation is recognizing National Public Health Week by Councilmember Albanaz with the County Executive, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Albanaz.
Please come on down. Good. All right. All right, well, good morning, good people. I am Councilmember Gabe Albanaz and chair of our county's Health and Human Services Committee, and it is a privilege and honor to be here this morning with all of you. I want to take you back in time to April 2019. It's about a month after the first few positive test cases of COVID here in Montgomery County. Things were chaotic, crazy. Our procurement director was contacting random contacts in South Korea and China, trying to procure surgical masks and basic supplies that we were trying to get a handle on. We didn't know what we were dealing with, and that was when the governor said that we were in a state of emergency and everything shut down for almost 3 weeks. Nobody could go anywhere. During that time, a neighbor and friend, Maura McCarthy, was about to celebrate a very big milestone birthday with her family. Maura was also a nurse at the ICU at Suburban Hospital, and that morning she got the call from her boss that she was needed to come in on an emergency basis because their hospital had been completely, as all hospitals at that time, overwhelmed. So she left her family and was about to do a 12, and later we would find out 24-hour shift at Suburban. But before she left, her husband, Bob, sent out a text message to a handful of us who lived right by their home, asking us to come out, bring some signs, and cheer on Maura as she was going to report for work later that afternoon. Well, somebody in that text message posted that on our listserv, who posted it on another listserv, who posted it on another listserv. And a couple of hours later, every single neighbor surrounding their home stood outside in front of their house with signs. But it wasn't just them. People from neighboring jurisdictions came over as well. I've been to the Nationals parade, I've been to presidential parades, and they didn't hold a candle to the emotion that we were feeling that morning. Recognizing an incredible leader in our community, an unsung hero in our community, who was leaving her family to help take care of all of us. Public Health Month reminds us that these unsung heroes who every day train and work their butts off to get to where they are to take care of all of us. During those months, we didn't take for granted public health. We recognized how acutely important it is to all of our lives, and we also didn't take for granted the medical professionals who every day keep us safe, keep us well, and take care of us in our greatest hour of need. So this month, let's remember and try to forget some of those moments, but remember the times where we do recognize these professionals, and also recognize that, for God's sakes, public health cannot be a political football. Science is what must rule the day, not some random person posting inaccurate, random information that's preying upon our fears and anxieties. Our public health professionals are extraordinary, and we have to uplift their work. We have to support their work at every conceivable level. And here in Montgomery County, we know that. And we are blessed to have the best of the best among us, many of which are represented behind me today, but many of which are in our community and in our region. So thank you all for being here today as we celebrate Public Health Awareness Month and once again uplift their sacrifice and dedication. Now, our County Executive.
I guess it's logical that we all pivot to COVID because it's probably like our greatest experience is the importance of public health. Public health does their job every day. and they deal with a myriad of problems in the community every day. But COVID kind of showed you what this was all about, and the amount of dedication that people put into that. I had the opportunities to visit hospitals during COVID and to see, emergency rooms overwhelmed and doctors struggling to deal with patients, and all of these people going to work every day when everybody else was Zooming, and, you can't Zoom this job in. If you're not there, and you're not helping. And these folks showed up every day. Nobody said, this is too dangerous for me to go to work, I'm not doing this. People were there no matter how dangerous it was, and they recognized how important it was. Montgomery County was able to find supplies. We did scour every portion of the universe. We got large shipments from China of masks. I did a video at home on how to make your own mask. I cut up one of my T-shirts and turned it into a mask, and I found that it had lots of views, and people were doing the same thing. The county actually sold at what we paid for materials, masks and gowns to hospitals during this, and not only hospitals in our county, but outside our county, because we had managed to get a supply that other people didn't have. And I think one of the things we learned out of this, we went into it without a supply of masks and gowns. Whoever thought you would need a supply of masks and gowns, we understand you probably ought to have a supply of masks and gowns. It takes a while to scale up and be able to get everything you need, and we saw the pain of scaling up. If people didn't respect health professionals before that, they have to respect them after that, because you could see the pain and the tribulations that people had when they were going through work. This was not easy to be dealing with this. It was hard, particularly in the beginning, to maintain the kind of protection that people knew they needed, and yet they persisted in what they did. And I think, we're stronger for it. And I will, reiterate what Gabe said about having somebody at the highest level who does not take public health seriously, who thinks you can take vitamin A for everything. This is not the way the health system of this country ought to run. It's not the way it's run historically. It's been fact-based. It's been delivery of service-based. It is not hope that people will get better if you take some magical formula. We had a president who suggested bleach. That would have been nice. It's just the work these people do is too important and too valuable, and it needs to be taken seriously. And people who occupy positions overseeing this need to take the work seriously and cannot pretend that there are magical solutions. This shouldn't be an ideological thing. There's no left and right on healthcare. Disease is disease, cures are cures, and politics should not have a damn thing to do with how we deal with healthcare. So I'm happy we're here today to honor all the professionals that do this work. You made people's lives in this county a lot easier than it would have been, and none of us here, and I remind people this all the time, the county gets a lot of credit for stuff we do, and all that stuff we do is done by other people. It's done by nurses, it's done by doctors, it's done by our social workers, it's done by all the people who work for the county. We provide money. They do the work. And without them, the county wouldn't look the way it is, and we wouldn't feel about the county the way we do. So happy to be here this morning.
So on a much lighter note, although it was an important time, I'll note that the T-shirt that the county executive cut up was not one of his Bruce Springsteen T-shirts. That's true. All right, we're going to have everybody introduce themselves quickly and their titles, and then we're going to hear from Dr. Ashford.
All right. Good morning, Dr. Nina Ashford, Chief of Public Health Services at the Department of Health and Human Services.
Good morning, Becca Orgesa, Senior Administrator for School Health Services in HHS.
Good morning, Dr. Patrice McGee, the Chief of Aging and Disability Services within the Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, everyone. Miriam. I am the Community Engagement Manager for the Latino Health Initiative.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. James Bridgers, the Director of the Department of Health and Human Services, and I will save my stories for later.
Good morning, Mariana Serrani, Manager of the Latino Health Initiative at the Department of Health and Human Services.
Good morning, Kim Mayo, Administrator for Community Support Network and Aging and Disability Service in the Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you. Now we will hear from Dr. Nina Ashford.
All right. Thank Thank you, HHS Chair Albornoz. Thank you, Mr. County Executive, for recognizing Public Health Month. While I am one person standing here, I represent the Public Health Services service area, which is over 600 dedicated employees. But we are part of an integrated health department led by our fearless leader, Dr. Bridgers, of over 2,000 employees. And I'm joined here by my colleagues across the agency because the fact that we are integrated is one of our superpowers. And it is an honor and a privilege to get to do this work every day. As you heard, when public health works well, you often don't even know that we're here, right? And so we tend to be the unsung heroes behind the scenes, keeping the trains running, keeping the community safe. And I wanted to take a moment and just toot the horn of the incredible work that our team does. So we start at the beginning of the lifespan. Our maternal and child health teams, they are screening the newly enrolled Medicaid patients, moms and their babies, to connect them to our services. We see over 1,600 moms and babies every year providing in-home visitation and case management, as well as programs focused specifically on our Black and African American moms as well. Our school, Our school health services team, led by Becca Urgesa behind me, we have nurses and health room techs in all 211 elementary, middle, and high schools across the country, across the county, 163,000 students. And because we have health rooms in schools, 78% of kids that came to visit a health room were able to return back to class, which means that kids are staying in school, getting education. They don't have to leave. They don't have to get picked up. They don't have to go to a doctor. They can continue to focus on their education, which is why they're there. If you have enjoyed a restaurant or a spa day with your girlfriends or a local swimming pool or your kid goes to camp, those are all safe because our environmental health specialists are literally out here every day ensuring that those organizations and entities are in compliance with COMAR and the state regulations, partnering with our business community to make sure that these facilities are safe for our residents. Our community and population health team, our mobile health clinic team has seen over 1,000 patients, clients across the county who might not be able to make it to a healthcare facility. They are taking services out into the community where we live. They provide primary care access to over 25,000 uninsured individuals to over 12,000 uninsured children in this county. Dental services to 6,000 individuals every single year that might not be able to afford dental care. And last but not least, our Dennis Avenue Health Center team that is doing all of our immunizations, our infectious disease tracking. I think you guys have probably heard measles has been in the news, right? Any infectious disease that pops up, our contact tracers and our team is on it. Bird flu, our tuberculosis clinic, our sexual health and wellness teams, our public health emergency preparedness teams who are literally preparing, God forbid it doesn't happen, but the next disaster. So if it does, we will be ready. We were just at a tabletop exercise last week where we were preparing for a potential radiological event because the time to get ready is not when the event happens. We make sure that we do all of the planning in place beforehand. And then, of course, our health planning and EPI team, which provides the data to fuel our work. So that is just a snapshot of what the team, and I could probably talk here for the next 3 hours about everything that we do. I'm so proud of our team, of what we do every day to keep our residents safe. You know, last Tuesday, for those of us in public health, we kind of viewed it as Public Health D-Day. That is when we saw the dismantling of our public health systems at the federal level. It was a heartbreaking day, and seeing the fallout of those decisions at the federal level has been unimaginable. One of the priority areas for Public Health Week is it starts here. Your health is our mission. And that is more important now more than ever. Regardless of, and we need our federal partners, so I'm not saying that that's not important. And I also want to acknowledge we have a lot of Montgomery County residents who are public health heroes, who are public health champions that now find themselves, okay? And while we are watching this happen, it starts here, your health is our mission, as a reminder that Montgomery County will continue to show up. We will continue to protect the health of our public. We will continue to follow the science. We will continue to focus on eliminating disparities. We will continue to focus on achieving health equity. We will continue to focus on supporting our residents and keeping our community safe, our children safe. It is an honor to get to do this work every day. It is an honor of a lifetime to be able to represent this amazing team and this fantastic department. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashford. All right, the county executive and I will now read the proclamation. The County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland, hereby proclaims, whereas this year marks the 30th anniversary of National Public Health Week, and the 2025 theme, It Starts Here, highlights the importance of public health that starts with each of us, focused on making a difference in our homes and communities, and
whereas science is the foundation of public health, providing evidence-based methods to understand diseases, develop effective interventions, and shape health and policies, and
whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention defines public health as the science of protecting and improving the health of people and communities by promoting healthy lifestyles, researching disease and injury prevention, and detecting, preventing, and responding to infectious diseases, and
whereas according to the CDC, healthcare access, education, economic stability, and community are essential social determinants of health, encompassing physical well-being and psychological wellness, with mental health being fundamental to overall well-being, and
whereas while Montgomery County is recognized as one of the healthiest counties in Maryland and the United States, we continue to prioritize health equity and work to eliminate health disparities, and
whereas while Montgomery County is recognized as one of the healthiest counties in Maryland and in the United States, we continue to prioritize health equity and work to eliminate health disparities, and
whereas the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated our public health infrastructure is critically important, prioritizing continued investments as well as essential services and resilient systems, and whereas current massive cuts to our federal workforce are relentless and our relentless assault on evidence-based health interventions and methods, and a threat to the progress we have made in tracking outbreaks, developing vaccines, and implementing effective public health measures. Now, therefore, be resolved that the County Executive Mark Elrich, and the entire County Council of Montgomery County do hereby proclaim April 7th through April 13th, 2025 as National Public Health Week, and calls on all residents to observe this week by recognizing our public health professionals for their dedicated service in addressing public health challenges facing our community. Presented on this 8th day of April in the year 2025, signed by the County Executive and our Council President.
All right, thank you to everyone who is here for the National Public Health Week proclamation, and thank you, Dr. Ashford, for all your work and the department's, everyone's work on public health and keeping our community healthy and moving forward. Next, we have a proclamation recognizing Autism Acceptance Month, and that will proclamation is led by Council Vice President Juwando with the County Executive.
Come on down. How are you? I'm okay. Yeah, we sent it. You sent it in. Yeah, we sent it in yesterday. Yesterday evening. Yep. Just confirm that. Good morning, everybody. Come on down. I'm gonna slide as far up as I can here to make sure that there's space behind me. Good to see you. Good morning. Let's on both sides here. You come this side. Yep. All right. Good morning. Yeah, a lot of people. Hello. Good morning. Hey. Thank you all for being here today. As you can see, we've even got theme music for you coming on the back there. It means a lot to see so many people coming together for Autism Acceptance Month. This is a time where we pause, not just to raise awareness, but to truly embrace, uplift, and celebrate our autistic neighbors, friends, and family members. This month, like so many behind me, and I'm sure in the audience and watching, is deeply personal for me. I'm the proud dad of a brilliant and beautiful daughter, Addison, who's on the autism spectrum. Addison experiences the world in a way that's full of wonder, depth, and deep, and sometimes brutal honesty. That's why I'm here with the county executive and the entire council in our community to advocate and to say how important and vital it is that we protect and strengthen systems that help all people with autism thrive. We had a big win that you're going to hear about in a little bit. We have the Granthams here, Eric and Linda. Eric's ID law is going to become law, and we will have that on all IDs in the state of Maryland. You'll hear about that. One of the many ways we're lifting up this year's theme, which is celebrating differences. And I couldn't think of a more fitting message, especially right now. At a time when critical services and protections for folks in the disability community face unprecedented challenges nationwide, we're coming together here in Montgomery County to send a powerful message that we don't just acknowledge differences, we celebrate them. Across the country, support systems for folks, adults, and children with disabilities and autism are under threat. These are representative in shifts from special education funding to oversight to cuts to medical research and services. Now, and I'll be honest, these changes can have a profound impact on our ability to take care of those that we love. But today, we're here to say with a resounding voice that we are reaffirming our commitment to building a community where everyone belongs. I've learned that when we recognize neurodiversity early and when we create supportive environments for those individuals in our schools, in our workplaces, in healthcare systems and communities, it benefits everyone in our community. It's not just about an accommodation. It's about recognizing the incredible strengths and perspectives that neurodivergent individuals bring to our community. So I'm inspired to be here today, and thank you all for joining. I'm going to have the county executive speak, and then we'll do some high-level introductions because there's a big group here, and then we will get into the proclamation. Mr. County Executive.
So thank you. Again, really happy to be here this morning. And autism spectrum disorder is a complex, lifelong developmental condition. It appears early in childhood and can impact the person's social skills, communication, relationships, and behavior. And the autism experience is different from everyone. Not everybody's case is the same, and the circumstances aren't the same. But what's consistent is the need for acceptance, and that's what I appreciate about the changing of the word from awareness to acceptance. I think we've been increasingly aware for a long time. Awareness is way different than acceptance. When somebody can apply for a job and have the chance to be evaluated and see, is there a role for them in an organization? That is when you've moved to acceptance. That goes beyond awareness, and I think it's really critical, that change in wording. Every autistic individual brings unique strengths and perspectives and talents, and this month we are moving beyond the awareness. In Montgomery County, we believe that acceptance is creating a world where everyone who has autism is connected to the support they need and when they need it. And based on Commission on People with Disabilities annual report, the number of students in MCPS between 3 and 21 diagnosed with autism has increased from 3,649 in 2022 to 4,205 in 2023. That's a 15% increase from year to year. As the number of children diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder continues to increase, the demands for support and services increases as well. And thankfully, Montgomery County Public Schools provides a myriad of services for these children diagnosed with autism until they're 21 and or leave the school system. The supports are federally mandated, and hopefully they'll stay federally mandated. And we also have providers who provide direct support to children and adults with autism. I've been involved in the disability IDD community for a long time. I've had a foster son with Down syndrome for 50 years now. And so I know what it means to go from awareness to acceptance, from when people were terrified if you were walking around with a kid who moved a little bit differently or said things a little bit differently, and everybody would scatter because they didn't know what they were dealing with, to a time now when it's kind of normal. And there's an awareness of it, and you don't see the kind of public fear or consternation when confronted with people with differences. That's a big change. It's a change that, my kids noticed when that started to change when they were younger. They knew what it was like when everybody would move away from them and they were sitting in the stands at a baseball game. They didn't understand why that happened. When people came back, they understood that that was a good thing. So I can see this at a personal level, and I know how important it is to people in the community that we do this work. We've got amazing resources, and the county is testified by all the people who are here behind us. We have the tools. We can make a dent in this. We can really make a difference for people, and that's what we're going to keep doing. And we don't need the federal government to do it. That's one thing about local government that's really great. You can do what you need to do, even if nobody else recognizes what you need to do.
Thank you, Mr. County Executive. All right. We're going to have just remarks from a couple of our guests. We have EESNC Board President Azeb Adiri.
Hey, how are you?
Shorty. All right. Good morning, County Executive, Council members, distinguished guests, and all families of ASNC here. Thank you for joining us. On behalf of the Ethiopian Eritrean Special Needs Community, my heart is full as I stand before you today. This recognition isn't just a ceremonial moment. It represents years of tears, struggles, and ultimately triumph for our families. When we started ESNC, we did so because we saw parents crying alone, children being misunderstood, and cultural barriers preventing access to critical services. I remember one mother who told me with tears streaming down her face, "Before ESNC, I thought I was alone in this world." The memory still moves me today. Every day, we witness the pain of exclusion and the joy of belonging. We see the light in a child's eyes when they are truly understood for the first time. We feel the relief in the parents' shoulders when they finally find a community that speaks their language, both literally and figuratively. Our work is personal. It's about real families with real dreams. It's about the father who feared his autistic son would never find acceptance in our community, now beaming with pride as his child showcases his artistic talents. It's about the mother who once hid her daughter's diagnosis out of cultural shame, now leading support groups for other parents. This proclamation recognizes not just an organization, but a movement of families refusing to accept the status quo. It honors every parent who has stayed up all night researching resources, every child who has bravely faced a world not designed for them, and every community member who has opened their heart to understanding. As we continue this journey together, we carry the hopes and dreams of our community members. We are grateful for the county's partnership and support in transforming lives. Today, we don't just accept the recognition, we embrace it with our whole hearts and renewed passion for creating a Montgomery County where everyone truly belongs. Thank you.
One of our many amazing organizations that is helping our young students, parents, and community members that are dealing with autism spectrum disorder. Next, we're going to hear from X-Minds Board President Sue Keisler. Where's Sue? Can't be about acceptance and not move the mic.
Thank you. Okay, so first I want to thank Council Vice President Juando.
There you go.
I want to thank Council Vice President Juando for hosting this event and for inviting our organizations to talk briefly about our work. I want to thank you for being a leader in the autism community and also specifically for in the past year, your efforts to address the issue of children who are autistic wandering into dangerous situations. I also want to thank our County Executive, Mark Elrich, for his strong support of the County Commission on People with Disabilities. So I'm Sue Keisler, and I'm representing the organization called X-Minds, which is short for Partnership for Extraordinary Minds. Our core mission is to address a problem that is familiar to anyone who has a child with a disability. Under federal law, a child with a disability is entitled to accommodations and specialized education in their public school. But parents frequently find that the support their school is willing to offer doesn't come close to meeting their child's needs. If kids don't get the support they need at school, they won't be successful or happy. And that's a problem in itself, but it also sets up for a longer-term concern because children who are miserable and failing at school won't be as ready for employment and independence when they graduate. X-Minds was established by parents of autistic kids in Montgomery County to help empower other caregivers of autistic students to advocate successfully for the special education supports their kids need. We empower parents and caregivers in several ways. We offer individual consults to answer their questions about navigating special education. We host a speaker series with monthly webinars that include autistic voices and cover important topics like how to handle bullying. And we maintain a website full of resources about MCPS programs and many other topics, including one of our most popular, a guide to autism-friendly summer camps. But we know that parents and caregivers need more than just information. They need a supportive community and connections to other caregivers who can share their experience. That's why we sponsor parent discussion groups and playground meetups and social events for autistic teens. And through these efforts, families are finding social connections and nurturing support, not only for the parents, but also for their kids. And everything that X-Minds offers is completely free. Any family of an autistic student is welcome to make use of our resources and participate in our community without cost. Our goal is for autistic students to have the same opportunity to thrive at school as any neurotypical kid. And we have found that the hundreds of families that participate with X-Minds every year are much better able to support their child at home and so much more able to get their child's needs met at school. Those parents and caregivers can be their child's best advocate, and their kids are getting a real chance to thrive. Thank you again, Council Vice President Juando and County Executive Eldridge for everything you're doing for autistic kids and their families.
All right, our final speaker, and then we will read the proclamation, is Blue Runway for Autism, Linda Carpenter Grantham and Eric Grantham, to talk briefly about the great victory that just happened last week.
Good morning. I am Linda Carpenter Grantham, and this is my amazing son, Eric Bless Carpenter Grantham. Thank you so much, Vice President Will Juando, and thank you so much, County Executive Mark Elrich, for your amazing letter that you sent in support of Eric's ID law. Thank you to every person in Montgomery County, Washington, D.C., Virginia, and everywhere else who gave support to Eric's ID law. I'm a single mother of an amazing 20-year-old son standing here who is highly functioning autistic. I had a conversation with my son. Once I realized that more and more people of color are being hurt, harmed, and killed when being stopped by the police and having an invisible disability. So I sat Eric down at my table and I had a conversation with him. And I said, Eric, should you be stopped by the police, put your hands up. Don't reach for your phone to call me. That could be dangerous. Yell out, I have autism. Yell out my number and yell out, someone call my mom. Eric started to cry. He said, Mom, I could do that, but the police would shoot my friends that have autism. Please just think about that for a moment, because everybody is different on the spectrum. Everybody responds differently in certain situations, and especially out of fear. Eric said, Mom, we got to do something, and we got to do something now. I said, well, what do you want to do? Eric has always been a person who loves politics and God. Those are his passions. He came to me later. He said, Mom, I have an idea. I would like to put something on Maryland state IDs or driver's licenses that will let the police know that we have an invisible disability. Down here in this corner, you see a butterfly, very colorful. Eric drew that, and he drew 3 others, one for autism, one for hearing impaired, one for mental health, and this butterfly for all hidden disabilities. At that point, I said, Eric, I am so proud of you. He said, Mom, can you take me to Congress? I need to speak to Miss Nancy Pelosi, who was the House Speaker at that time, about bills that or laws that could help me and my friends and everyone else in the world that have an invisible disability like me to be safe should we be stopped by law enforcement. I said, Eric, I'm going to do my best to get you there. So we met with our Maryland State Senator Will C. Smith, and he decided to write the bill. He loved the idea. Well, it didn't pass the first time last year. It didn't go through because of some opposition. Okay, we prayed about that. We winded up going on to The View with Miss Whoopi Goldberg. We winded up going on to the Sherry Shepherd Show, where we received over 1 million views and comments about please make this legal in our state as well. We need this. We're concerned for our loved ones that have disabilities or autistic or mental health or bipolar, dementia, all these invisible disabilities. So that's what Eric and I have been doing. We are so happy to report that this bill has passed in the state of Maryland. Unanimously. Not only did it pass, we had an extra 48 delegates to support this bill and an extra 13 senators to support this bill. We say thank you to everyone, and our next mission is to get to Congress to make this worldwide. We need your support. Please support us. Please meet my son, Eric.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Vice President Will Jawanda, for inviting me and my mom to speak on Autism Awareness Month. I'm Eric Bless Carpenter Grantham. I am a proud 20-year-old, and I have highly functioning autistic. I created the law, Eric's ID law. I created this law because I wanted to protect people like me with a visible disability should we ever be stopped by law enforcement. I have made the Hidden Disability logo that is a butterfly that represents hope, peace, freedom, and change. And inside of the butterfly of the wings are the colors that represent for all hidden disabilities. Senate Bill SB 618 passed on April the 1st, and House Bill 707 just passed yesterday, while all delegates and senators voting yes for the bill. We were honored to have 48 extra co-sponsors for the House and 13 senators who co-sponsored for the bill for the Senate, which include the Maryland Senate President, Bill Ferguson. I want to thank Montgomery County Council and County Executive Mark Elridge for your support for Eric's ID law. Happy Autism Awareness Month, everyone. Thank you all, and God bless you all.
All right. We are going to read this proclamation. I just want to acknowledge we have great law enforcement partners here who are one of the best in the country at recognizing when folks have an intellectual disability like autism. Now they're going to see it right on the ID, and that training is going to kick in even earlier. We have MCPS here. We have the Maryland Department of Disability. We have the Autism Society of Maryland, Community Support Services. We have Madison House, who has their great online breakfast, right, Jalen, coming up this week. We have Christopher Drayton from CSAC, the Ivymont School, Up County Community Resources, Jen Lynn I saw here, Community Support Services, Blue Runway for Autism, we mentioned, X Minds and EESNC. We have so many great organizations. I just wanted to make sure they all got mentioned. Please give them all a round of applause. All right, and we'll start this off. Whereas autism spectrum disorder, ASD, is a complex lifelong developmental condition that typically appears during early childhood and can impact a person's social, communication, and self-regulation skills, as well as their relationships. Today, 1 in 36 children are born and diagnosed with ASDE, and more than 7 million residents in the United States are on the autism spectrum. And
whereas the theme of Autism Acceptance Month in 2025 is Celebrate Differences, which invites us to rejoice in neurodivergence and all the ways autism expands our understanding of the human experience. Autistic individuals of all ages face unique challenges and possess unique talents and perspectives that contribute enormously to our society. And
whereas Montgomery County has a long history of investing and partnering with agencies and dedicated organizations that provide high-quality direct support and services to autistic individuals and their families to create a strong network of resources, and by promoting direct communication among families and private and public organizations about programs and services, and by establishing the Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Commission, the IDC, to provide best practice recommendations to the county for all individuals and families. And
whereas Autism Acceptance Month emphasizes the need for public awareness to promote acceptance and prioritize the full inclusion of autistic individuals and their families. Acceptance and inclusion can range from life-saving efforts, including preventing tragedies like drowning and elopement, to life-enhancing ones like connecting residents to valuable resources and providing new pathways for understanding. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County Executive, Mark Elrich, and the County Council of Montgomery County hereby celebrate the month of April 2025 as Autism Acceptance Month and presented this day, the 8th of April in the year 2025.
all right. Yay. You get that one.
right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning. Thank you to Council Vice President Juando and the County Executive for the wonderful proclamation, and to all our nonprofits, advocacy groups, families, and our government and school agencies who work on these issues day in and day out. We got to get going on our council session. So I thank you all for joining us today. Madam Clerk, will you share the announcements for today?
Good morning. Thank you. The Montgomery County Council has extended the deadline for applicants to serve on the Board of Investment Trustees for the Montgomery County Employee Retirement Plans and the Board of Trustees for the Consolidated Retiree Health Benefits Trust. Applications for the vacancy are due by 5:00 p.m. on Monday, April 21st, 2025. Cover letters and resumes can be submitted by email to council.clerk@montgomerycountymd.gov. More information is available on the council's website. Thank you very much, Madam President.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. The minutes from the March 18th, 2025 council session have been circulated to the council for review. Are there any objections to approving these minutes? Seeing none, these minutes stand. All right, the council will now sit as the district council. We have 4 items to consider this morning as the district council. The first item is 1A, is action on the Bethesda Downtown Minor Master Plan Amendment. I'll turn it over to Council Member Andrew Friedson as chair of the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee.
Thank you, Madam President. Very proud to be the chair of the committee, but more importantly in this particular item to be the district council member representing downtown Bethesda and a resident. Bethesda is home to world-renowned medical research and international headquarters like Marriott International. It's a global talent magnet and the economic engine of the county. This minor master plan builds on that success of downtown Bethesda. It prioritizes important public amenities like parks, a new full-service recreation center, and more housing so that more residents and families can benefit from all of what downtown Bethesda has to offer. As we talked about last week, downtown Bethesda has added almost 2,500 new residents and over 4,200 jobs since the adoption of the original 2017 plan. According to the council staff report, the new development is expected to generate approximately $39 million in annual tax revenue for the county. And that includes the cost of providing services to new residents, including public education, is estimated at $22 million. So it results in an annual net fiscal impact of $17 million, which benefit the whole county and not just downtown Bethesda. As we talked about last week, this update contains many things that will improve the quality of life for residents and implement the vision of the 2017 plan, including creating more family-sized MPDU units, increasing the park impact payments, and prioritizing a full-service recreation center, which I have and many of us have been championing for many years. We also voted in committee to include a 5-year comprehensive review, which was advocated very strongly by businesses and residents, especially the IAC and many other community stakeholders. I'm very pleased that these changes will help us fulfill the public sector promises that were made to the community in the 2017 plan, and very excited to have this unanimous committee recommendation. Appreciate the work of committee colleagues on this, as well as council and planning staff in particular, who worked through a number of issues, including the last-minute change we made last week to ensure that we were facilitating a process to allow our Department of Transportation at the state level, our County Department of Transportation, to work with our partners at WMATA to facilitate better bus service, which is part of the plan as well. With that, happy to turn it over to staff if I miss anything, and thank Ms. Dunn for all of her work.
Good morning, Council. Thank you. The chair of the PHP Committee, Chair Friedson, has covered everything. I believe you did hear a work session last week in which you took straw votes to approve all the changes that are represented in the resolution attached to today's cover sheet for the vote. It was posted last week online right after the committee or the council took its straw vote, so the communities had a week to look at it. There weren't that many changes, actually. It's quite a short resolution, given this is a minor master plan amendment. So with that, I turn it back to the council.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to Councilmember Friedson and Ms. Dunn and everyone who worked on this. Since we have a resolution before us, I will entertain a motion to approve the Bethesda Downtown Minor Master Plan Amendment.
So moved.
Councilmember Friedson moved. Councilmember Lukey second. Not seeing any questions or comments. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is everyone. All right. Thank you, Ms. Dunn. All right. Next on our, as we're still sitting as the district council, I wanted to take a moment, and because sometimes we go through each of our items individually in isolation, and step back for a moment. Because this council has been taking action on a number of items tackling the persistent issue of vacant commercial properties. Office vacancy rates in Montgomery County remain an ongoing issue since the COVID pandemic, and this issue we know is not unique to us. It's something that our region is struggling with and around the country. In 2023, the Council's Economic Development Committee began work on this issue and received a report noting that there was a permanently diminished demand for existing office stock in the county. And I just want to thank Councilmember Natalie Fenton-Gonzalez and the committee for all their work. In the first quarter of this year, the office vacancy rate was 19% here in the county, which is higher than the average healthy vacancy rate of about 8 to 10%. So we're at nearly double the amount of vacant office space than in a healthy office market, which means we have a lot of vacant, underutilized office buildings. Furthermore, we know that today's market conditions, given rents, wages, and the job market, have made it very difficult for the commercial market to develop and for new construction. And as we know with the national context, with ongoing conversations of a future recession, tariffs and other things, there are a lot of unknowns and uncertainties as we look at the future. We also know there's no one-size-fits-all solution. However, it is this council's responsibility to take policy actions that will increase our occupancy rates and not diminish them. So I also want to thank Councilmember Glass, who put forward the MOVE Act, the Make Office Vacancy Extinct grant program that codified a grant program in the county, and we're already seeing that come to fruition, and folks take advantage, county businesses take advantage of that so that we can tackle vacant buildings in that way. So today we're going to discuss a number of other tools, and the first one is our zoning text amendment, ZTA 25-01, self-storage, civic, and institutional, or more affectionately known as the SAVE ZTA, street activation and vacancy elimination. And I'm going to turn it over to Chair of the PHP Committee to talk about the committee's recommendation.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your leadership on this item. And I think it might be the first time that I've heard the reference to a zoning text amendment with affection. So as the chair of the Committee of Jurisdiction of Zoning, the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee, I'm very pleased the level of affection that you and this council has for the zoning code, which really appreciate that. With that, zoning text amendment 2501, the self-storage, civic, and institutional street activation and vacancy elimination, affectionately known as the SAVE ZTA, allows self-storage above the ground floor in the CR zone with a charitable or philanthropic institution or a cultural institution on the ground floor. In the current zoning ordinance, self-storage is only allowed in the CR zone if it is in the basement or cellar of a building used for other purposes. So the intent of ZTA 2501 as introduced is to encourage street activation, which is very important in our downtown areas, by allowing self-storage in buildings that have 90% vacant for at least 2 years, if that community serving use is on the ground floor. In addition to the vacancy requirement, site plan approval will be required. Further structural improvements will be limited so that future conversion to a residential or commercial use is not discouraged. The Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee recommends approval with amendments to require the applicant to obtain a use and occupancy permit within 2 years of obtaining site plan, and to clarify that the boulevard street restriction for on-site loading and unloading is any boulevard street classification. That's become a broader question and dynamic that we've been consistent on at the committee, but that is what came up and was a recommendation from staff in coordination and consultation with planning staff as well. So committee recommends 3-0 approval of this measure. I was personally proud to be a co-sponsor of it, and thank you again to the council president and district council member of one of the items that where this could benefit for moving this effort forward. Ms. Nadeau, did I miss anything?
No, I have nothing to add.
I will yield back to you, Madam President.
Great, and I just want to add my thanks to the committee and all my colleagues who co-sponsored this, and particularly to Ms. Nadeau for all her hard work. Zoning text amendments, when you get into the weeds of them, you're in the weeds, and I very much appreciate you working on this and looking at keeping the goals of having the street activation and making sure that we were repurposing these ghost buildings in sight. So thank you. We have a recommendation from the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee. This is a roll call vote. And so, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lutke?
Yes.
Councilmember Lutke votes yes. Councilmember Mink?
Yes.
Councilmember Mink votes yes. Councilmember Sales?
Yes.
Councilmember Sales votes yes. Councilmember Friedson?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedson votes yes. Councilmember Glass?
Yes.
Councilmember Glass votes yes. Councilmember Katz?
Yes.
Councilmember Katz votes yes. Councilmember Albornoz?
Yes.
Councilmember Albornoz votes yes. Councilmember Fani Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Fani Gonzalez votes yes. Councilmember Balcom?
Yes.
Councilmember Balcom votes yes. Councilmember Jawando? Yes. Councilmember Jawando votes yes. Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart votes yes.
Great. Thank you. Our next item is item 1C. This is action on zoning text amendment 25-03, expedited approvals, commercial to residential reconstruction. The Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee recommends approval with amendments, and I will turn it over to Chair Friedson.
Thank you, Madam President. You noted well the office vacancy dynamics that we have been working through. The previous effort and this effort are an important part of that strategy. Our county's lack of housing supply and excess office vacancies are a scourge in our communities and a drain on our local economy. Transforming vacant offices into housing is a win for residents and for businesses, and a strategic investment that will ultimately yield more housing, more revenue, and more opportunities to live and work in our community. Before I go through the committee report, just wanted to thank Councilmember Fani Gonzalez for her partnership as the co-lead of this, and the accompanying effort will be taking up later in the meeting to provide incentives to actually make this happen. We need to have a process that works, that's easy and consistent and clear, and then we also need to incentivize behavior and actions that we hope to see and that we think that ultimately will be a benefit. Zoning text amendment 2503 will create a commercial to residential reconstruction use, provided an expedited approval process for that use, and allow an increase in residential uses in certain employment zones. The expedited process is a very similar process to the one that was laid out in the biohealth ZTA that I sponsored in the previous council, and the mixed income community zoning text amendment that Councilmember Lorianne Sales and I both introduced and led in the early part of this council. It will create a commercial to residential reconstruction use, which will be defined as a building that is converted or demolished from a 50% vacant commercial building to a residential building. This new use will be allowed in the commercial, residential, neighborhood retail, and employment office zones. ZTA 2503 will also remove the residential restriction on FAR density in the NR and EOF zones. The Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee recommended approval of ZTA 2503 with amendments to include general retail, the GR zone, remove the 30% gross floor area cap on household living uses in the GR, NR, and EOF zones, place a cap on commercial development, amend the intent statements for the GR, NR, and EOF zones, eliminate retail use from the GR and NR zones. That was a 2-to-1 vote, but was approved by the committee. And there's an additional amendment to allow ancillary retail with office that council staff has shared. Ms. Nadeau, appreciate you working on that the committee had already approved the intent of that, and council staff has shared the language. That is part of the committee recommendation, and there were some technical amendments as well. There are also, subsequent to the meeting, a number of potential amendments regarding retail that are included in the packet. I know there's 2 by co-lead sponsor Fanny Gonzalez, which are reflected there. I believe there may be one other one from Councilmember Jawando as well. And so I'm sure we will get into those items after Ms. Nadeau shares anything that I have missed from the committee summary.
Nothing missed. I'll just draw your attention to the 2 amendments that council staff drafted based on the committee recommendation. First is revising the intent statements. That language is on page 7. And then the language about allowing ancillary non-residential uses is on page 8. And that was it for the committee report out.
And just to clarify again, those are included in the committee recommendation. There are a couple other amendments, or maybe a few, that may be discussed today that are not part of the committee recommendation and would have to be voted on. I'll yield back to you, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I turn it back to Ms. Nadeau to walk through anything else on the packet, I have Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez, the co-lead on this CTA.
Can I talk about amendments now, or should I wait?
Yeah, is that okay? You're
No.
the next in line. Did you have a general question, or can we go to the amendments? Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate the chair of the PHP committee for his remarks, and I am very proud and happy that we are moving forward with this ZTA and the bill after this. I have 2 amendments, and they are actually the opposite of each other. So, I mean, you have to see it that way. The first one is on page 9 of the staff report. It is allow retail in the regional shopping center overlay zone. To be completely transparent, there's only 2 properties where there is an overlay zone, and they are by the same company. It's the Westfield. One of their properties is in my district in Wheaton, the Wheaton Westfield Mall, and the second one is on the co-lead of this whole effort in District 1 with Councilmember Fritzen, and it's basically allowing retail to occur to apply here in places where you have a regional service, a regional shopping center overlay zone. So that's the first one that I'm moving forward, and I need a second.
Okay, so I have a first and a second on this amendment. Ms. Nadeau, did you have anything else to say on the amendment to clarify, or?
Nothing to say. The language is in the little box at the top, page 10.
Okay, great. Did you want to speak to this amendment? Okay, Councilmember Jawando?
Thank you, because it's all kind of
Together.
connected. I won't bury the lead. I'm going to support the amendment because I think gets to the core intent, what we tried to do in committee, and we didn't really understand what all the tools and puts and takes, and we'll get into that to the next. But when you talked about this bill and the vacancy rate, we're talking, and I think the vast majority of the public, and the intent here is for office building vacancies, not small retail. We talked, actually, the planning board presented in their semi-annual or biannual or however, semi-annual, that they're going to be doing a retail study. And
I'm doing the retail study.
well, you're going to be doing it together. You're going to be using their strong expertise to explore retail in the econ committee, and that's something that is really important. The discussion we had in committee was that while we all want to convert vacant office space to either to get it not vacant or to a really good use, retail is a different animal, and we have a lot of small mom and pop, small businesses, other things. We saw a letter from council staff that suggested that some early data that there might actually be not enough retail space in the county. So we don't want to incentivize through this expedited process, and certainly not through tax breaks, which we'll talk about later, the getting rid of retail that communities desperately need. So that obviously the two malls, Westfield centers, are very different, and if they want to have some development, we want them to be able to take advantage of the expedited process, and that is not small retail. So for that reason, I'll support it, and just wanted to give that context.
Thank you.
All right, not seeing any other council members who want to speak. We have an amendment on the floor. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. And that's unanimous.
So,
Councilmember, yeah, you want to continue?
Yes, the second and final amendment, and it's something that Council Member Will Jawando just mentioned. The intention of this whole process, the whole year that we spent in the Economic Development Committee, man, God, I love him. It's to focus on office and have vacant properties, right? The intention was never to target retail spaces, especially small retail spaces. So this is why I'm putting forward the second amendment, which is on the staff report, page 10. It says remove retail from the commercial residential zones. I want to take the opportunity to thank council staff for doing more analysis on this after the PHP committee work session. And there are very few properties where this will qualify, but they matter. And again, the Economic Development Committee starting this fall, we're going to have an entire few months, so get ready, just talking about retail, and we're going to be focusing on that then. So that's why I move forward to remove retail from the CR zones at this point. And I'm going to stick with my vote at PHP to have everything remain in the employment office zones. That should remain. It's just this one in particular, the CR zone should be removed. I need a second.
Okay, you have a second? Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez moved. Councilmember Friesen seconded. I have Councilmember Jawando in the queue. Council Vice President, sorry.
No, that's all right. Yeah, both are true. So as was mentioned by Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez, we had a good discussion about this. I think we were aligned on the intent of not having the small retail. My amendment, which I have, is the other one in the packet here, which is related to this, is different in just one way. In that and I'll ask Ms. Nadeau to clean up anything I say incorrectly, but that it would not allow, it would remove all retail that's not ancillary from any zone, including EOF. And if you could maybe speak to what that includes, because what is in EOF. So what's in CR, how many properties, and what's in EOF, so people can just understand what we're talking about here. I think that would be helpful.
So I don't have the number of properties in CR. I know it is a lot. But for the EOF, there are 2 retail properties. There is a bank and a post office, and those would be the retail properties that qualify in the EOF zone. So that is correct. That's the difference between the 2 amendments that are in the packet. Is one would still allow those retail buildings to qualify, Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez, and then the one that we will hear next would not allow those retail buildings in the EOF zone.
So we're literally talking about 2 properties. I do think those fall in the category of like uses that community members want in their community, and so the post office obviously would be tied up in a whole bunch of federal stuff. A bank is a different scenario. So it's not a huge distinction, but I prefer my amendment obviously because it's my amendment, but also because it just says that we allow the ancillary. Could you just explain the ancillary? Because I think that's important too. Neither one of these amendments would remove if you have a big office building and there's retail at the bottom.
Yes, something that came up at the PHP committee is that often in these office parks there might be ancillary retail to the office. Imagine like a laundromat or a coffee shop, things like that are part of the office park, and you still want those offices to redevelop because that was the main intent. So what the language that these both amendments would preserve as well, that the PHP committee had asked council staff to draft, would still allow ancillary non-residential uses that are part of the office use, so those could still redevelop. So if you had a little bit of retail on the first floor, but the rest was office building, that could still be included, and this amendment would preserve that.
Thank you. So that's just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President Jawando. Councilmember Lorianne Sales.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to thank the council member for introducing this amendment. It's similar to the amendment I introduced for the pilot to ensure that we were very safe with how we apply this along different areas in the community. And just understanding how important the retail spaces are and how crucial they are in ensuring vibrancy in the community. And I mean, these are the places that people want to build because they already have that infrastructure built in. So I wanted to better understand the exclusion of the EOF zone. And just wanted to, because I think mine had the CRGR and NR zone, and this one is excluding the same. All three.
Yeah. Ms. Nadeau, do you want to clarify what was already done in committee and then what the amendment on the floor will do?
Yes, can do. So what the committee did, well, actually, I'll back up even further. So the original ZTA had GR, NR, EOF, and then all of the CR zones, which is CRN, CRT, and CR. Sorry for all the acronyms. So what the committee did, because they were discussing that smaller neighborhood retail, is removed the retail piece from the GR and NR. So to clarify, an office building in those zones could still take advantage of the ZTA. But if you were doing retail in those two, GR and NR came out, and then, as was just voted on, RSC was put back in, which has those two malls. And then what this amendment would do would say retail buildings in the commercial residential would not be eligible, but the retail buildings in EOF still would be.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Yeah.
When she's done.
Yeah. I think she's done, and then I had you, and then Councilmember Malcolm.
So I want to make sure I'm clear now. I thought I was, but I want to make sure. So in the CRT, so the retail in other zones that aren't listed would still be allowed to be redeveloped under what you just said?
So retail, under this amendment, and
with CRT, is that that's a family of the
yes
CR zones?
Yes,
so
that would be CRN,
removed.
CRT,
I just want to
and
make sure
CR.
that's clear.
Yes.
So anything that starts with a CR is going to be pulled out with this amendment?
Yes.
Got it. Just want to make sure that. The retail part. Yeah. Yes. If it's an office building, obviously, in that zone, it would still be eligible. Okay, thank you.
Great. Councilmember Malcolm.
Thanks. I'm going to support the amendment, but I just want to, for those who are watching this and listening to this, it's really complicated and it's really important. So there is a website, mcatlas.org/zoning/, and it shows all the zones in all the neighborhoods. So when I was assessing this particular amendment, I had to go into this map and really look at how this impacts the area. So it's very confusing, and I just wanted to bring them some transparency as to what we're discussing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Balcom, and I just want to say thank you very much to the PHP committee and Councilmember Sales for raising these points, and I think we're at a good place. So the amendment, just so we are clear, the amendment that we have before us right now is just on the CR zones that Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez put forward. We will take care of that first and then turn to Council Vice President Jawando's amendment. So all those in favor of removing the retail from the CR zones from this ZTA, please raise your hands. and that is unanimous for that amendment. And now, Council Vice President Joanna.
So we've beat this horse pretty good, but I think the only difference would be, the only other question I would add is that if there were retail in an EOF zone in the future, which could happen, I presumably, I think we would want to say, even though it's currently only a bank and a post office, I think to be in line, the reason I put forward my amendment, which is on page, what page is that on?
Page 11.
Page 11. It just basically says that any retail that's not ancillary, again, ancillary still to an office building still allowed, but any retail in any of these zones, that's the type of retail we're trying to protect, there might not be enough of, would not be allowed. Did I state my amendment correctly in your view, Ms. Nadeau?
Yes, that is a correct summary of your amendment.
Okay. So I think it's belts and suspenders, and I think it doesn't take away from the intent of the last amendment, but it would just present in it down the line, when we're all gone, that could happen. I think, I hope that's, so I would move that amendment.
Thank you. We have a motion for another amendment. Councilmember Sales seconded, and then I have Councilmember Friedson.
Appreciate it. I'm not going to be supporting the amendment for kind of the opposite reason of what the future could look like in an EOF zone and what an EOF zone is. So there's a big difference between the CR family of zones, which I am sensitive to the locations where a lot of our local businesses, small retail exists. That is a challenge that we navigated through. Ultimately, I want to see underutilized buildings that are vacant that I think are a scourge in the community be redeveloped to the extent possible. But there is a real sensitivity to a potential impact on a small retailer. An EOF zone is a office park. That's what these are. We just spent a painstaking effort to go through the Great Seneca Life Sciences corridor where we're trying to reimagine and rethink these. These are largely huge surface parking lots, and the retail that is likely to be in these surface parking lots are big box retailers. If it's standalone, if it's ancillary, it's going to potentially be a small retailer like a coffee shop or some small business that it could potentially be. We didn't want that included because you can't survive as a small retailer serving the building that is vacant. But the idea of protecting big box retailers is not what I think the intention of the previous amendment was. So this only currently impacts one business, because the post office isn't really, frankly, impacted by this, which is a bank. But the likelihood is these are office parks that we would want to see the entire office park be redeveloped into a housing community. And the idea that you would prohibit one big box, you're going to end up potentially with like a Lord and Taylor situation in White Flint Mall, or potentially the Sears issue that we just essentially address, where you have a potential single retail big box dynamic that is likely not a local business, that is likely not a small retailer, just by the nature of the land use that we're talking about in an employment and office zone, which are office park focused. So I think it's very different than a downtown area. It's very different than CR and CRN, which can be shopping centers that can have and are much more likely to have and do often have small retailers. And so for that reason, even though it has a limited, if non-existent impact today, the future impact of what it could mean in an employment office zone of what a vacant property could look like, I think would potentially be problematic and counterproductive. So I will not be supporting this.
Okay. Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez.
I also will not be supporting this amendment. I mean, the whole notion of this entire ZTA and the spirit from the Economic Development Committee when we all undertook this whole effort was to focus on the office area. Targeting the employment office zone makes no sense, and I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Councilmember Cath.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to weigh in, and Councilmember Friedson mentioned it a couple times, but I wanted to double tap. The EOF zone stands for Employment Office Zone, and it's intended for employment activity and flexibility in the building, circulation, and parking lot layout. This is not ancillary. This shouldn't be ancillary, and I'm not going to support the amendment as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Ming.
Thank you. I think that this is a really important conversation to have. So I appreciate bringing it to the forefront as I'm trying to understand all the nuances of the previous amendment and this one. And these are some details that do impact in my district. And I want to thank the constituents who have reached out and the stakeholders to talk about some of the potential impacts on retail. So appreciate the opportunity to kind of hash out these nuanced differences in public like this. I do think that Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez's amendment covers what we need to accomplish here, but I appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation here. Thanks.
Thank you. Council Vice President Juan.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm glad to hear my colleague and chair now agrees with what he voted against in the committee, that we shouldn't have it in retail, small retail. But I just want to be clear that this is not limiting a Lord & Taylor. There's 2 properties in the county right now in an EOF zone that would apply for the CETA. One is a bank, and one is a post office, again, that are used as a community resource. This is not a prohibition on anything. Anything could redevelop. This is about an incentive. This is about making it a faster process to redevelop a property in this zone. So it's not a, just want to say it's not like this wouldn't stop anyone to redevelop if they wanted to redevelop the bank. That being said, I think we covered most of what we're trying to cover. I guess my question to staff would be, and just so Councilmember Katz understands, the ancillary uses are allowed. Yeah, so they are allowed.
I'm very much aware of it, and this is far from ancillary. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just making sure the way you're saying that is, I just make sure you understand what I'm saying.
Please.
But so how many EOF zones are there in the county? Do we have a sense of that? How many properties are covered in those zones?
I have a map. It might take me a second to count, though, if you want to give me. We have 131 properties, which does mean parcels, so it might sound bigger than it is because it's the individual parcels. There's 131. Thank you for the MC Alice shout out.
Got it. So 131 parcels, 2 of which would be covered by the ZTA. And just explain the difference of why. I'm just trying to understand the difference of why those would count.
Sorry, that's the zone. That's how many parcels we have in the EOF zone in the county total. And then the 2 properties that show up as retail when you do a search are the bank and the post office.
Got it. So thank you. I needed that because I want to explain, just make sure my amendment is explained, even if it doesn't pass. The other 101, because you said 103? 131. So the 129 would not be impacted by my amendment.
Not with their current uses, correct?
Right. So so for example, whatever those are, Lord & Taylor, Sears, whatever those things, whatever they are, they would not be impacted and would still be able to take advantage of this. It's only if they have only the 2 that are designated as an ancillary retail use, or as a retail use.
As a retail use, yes.
Got it. Okay. Just want to make sure that's clear, but I see the writing on the wall, so I'm just going to withdraw my amendment.
Okay.
But thank you for making it clear.
Great. All right. The amendment has been withdrawn. And Councilmember Lukey, did you?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Our federal post office, because a post office is a federal property, is it considered a federal enclave?
That I am not sure of, actually. I would have to look that up and get back to you.
All right, because if so, it would not be subject to our zoning anyway.
Yes,
right?
correct.
Okay, all right. Just a weird esoteric point, but I was curious because this discussion brought it up. Thanks.
Council Vice President Joando.
Thank you. So amendments disposed of. Thank you for seconding it, Councilmember Sales. I just wanted to bring up this, with the Council President's permission, there was a DPS issue that was brought up with the language about the reviewing of the application. With your permission, I think they're here.
It's the Department of Permitting Services.
Come on down, yeah. So I'll just tee it up. The county executive sent a letter a couple days ago, or April 3rd, bringing up the issue about reviewing. One of the things the ZTA requires here is that on line 414 that state and county reviewing agencies, DPS would be one of them, must submit their comments within 15 days after the application is accepted. There was some concern that I'd like to hear them explain about that timeline, I think, and that not being workable and maybe creating some issues. So I wanted to hear from you on that.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Isan Mutazidi. Good morning, President Stewart and the members of the council. The issue with this is there is no state automatic approval for a stormwater concept plan or stormwater or sediment control and erosion plan. So what we are asking in lieu of the 15 days, we are asking for 30 days to ensure staff are doing a complete review and make sure there are no mistakes made that down the road it could have some impact on the community or on the or it could have some environmental issue or impact. That's really the reason that we are asking to have the 30 days.
Because you do the review for the state.
We are delegated.
Reviewer. You're the check person. So there's no like other entity. It's you. And you're saying 30 days is something that you think you need to make sure there's not a mistake.
To ensure, right.
To ensure
absolutely.
There's not a mistake. Okay.
And again, not knowing the number of this type of projects coming, and also with other type of priorities that we have to deal with, this would ensure the staff have the adequate time to do their due diligence.
So that would mean just changing the language from 15 days to 30 days. That would be the amendment. Ms. Nadeau, do you have anything how does that impact the goal here?
Yes,
we're trying to speed things up. So
I will answer the second question first.
Yeah.
As Councilmember Friedson noted earlier, this came up when we were working on the Biohealth Priority Campus Plan, which was another expedited approval. And then this language is also in the zoning ordinance for the mixed use income plan. So the intent of the expedited approval process was to shorten the 120 days down to, I believe it's 60 days now. So the reason that 15 days were given to the agencies and utilities is to make sure that planning board can keep the application moving. So when it was discussed at that time, the way the language is written is the agency has 15 days, and if they don't reply, then it's deemed approved and the planning board keeps going through the approval process. The applicant gets their site plan. But then they still have to go back to DPS. So if DPS found actually this doesn't meet the requirements, they could do a waiver then, or the approval could be amended. And also the planning board, when they approve site plan, have to make sure that it complies with Chapter 19, which is where that stormwater language is. So while it is DPS who is the enforcing agency of that, the planning board also does have to look at that and make sure it's being followed. And so that was the discussion at the time when we did the biohealth of why the language is in there. So to answer your first question, what the amendment would be is it would still say the 15 days, but it would strike the sentence that says it's deemed approved if you don't hear from the agency, which would just raise a question of what the planning board is supposed to do if they don't hear back.
So any response to that? I'm trying to be, I understand your issue. I mean, is the process that was described, is that okay? Because the other thing you don't want to do is like move someone forward and then it's like, oh, hey, wait, there's a huge issue with stormwater.
Well, you just said what I was going to tell you. So during the DRC review, we want to make sure everything's done correctly, because if you punt it to later on during the building permit, that could delay the building permit process from the standpoint of us being able to approve it if there are some issues. So I just want you to be aware. Either you can, if we are not able to handle it at the DRC within that 15 days and it's postponed, so automatically it's approved, then when they come and apply for a building permit, at that time they have to meet the criteria.
Okay, sorry if I can jump in. I just want to make sure. So what you're saying is that if we didn't change it and it was the 15 days and goes to planning board, they do still have to come back to you. So the idea that I just want to clarify that there are different points at which a project needs to come back, and it would not move forward without you all saying, yes, it meets the requirements, or you need a waiver, or something else. A project, I just want to clarify, a project is not going to move forward until DPS And now it may delay it. It may delay it at a different time, but I just want to clarify that.
Well, for that, I think I need the help from our park and planning friends to ensure, because if we don't approve it, would that delay your approval of the site plan?
Good morning, Robert Cronenberg for the record. So when an application is submitted and it goes to DRC, what we get is a concept approval. It's not a final plan approval. And that concept approval tells an applicant and the agencies kind of what the broader scale is in terms of what they're proposing. And yes, that kicks it down to permit stage where the DPS has to review the plans in a much more detail than a concept phase. So we can always condition it. We always do condition it with the board. So it does definitely go back to DPS so that they can do the plans they need.
Thank you. And can you just tell us what a DRC is? So
I'm sorry.
there are a lot of acronyms. I want to make sure everybody.
So DRC is the Development Review Committee.
Thank you. I know,
you.
but I just want to make sure everyone, yeah. All right.
Can I just wrap up? Yeah. So it sounds like the worst case scenario would be it's a cost to the applicant if there's a problem that comes up later, but because there's no way to get around the requirement around stormwater, because DPS does have to, as the reviewer for the state, it's a state law, it has to happen. Worst case scenario, it might be, they're saying we could do it in 30 days, let us get it all done, but you're saying it's conditional approval anyway, and it's got to come back to them. So it might actually slow the applicant down, but it's not going to stop the work from being done.
That's correct.
Or the requirement that it be done. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Okay. I mean, that goes without saying. We just want to make sure that at all, if I didn't state it. So DPS, we strongly support this ZTA from the standpoint of, conversion of office into residential. But I just want you guys to be aware of that 30 days, there is no automatic approval by the state. I just want us to be clear. And of course, if it's conditioned, if we are not able to perform our job within that 15 days, it can be conditioned, and then later on at the building permit, we have to review it and in more details, and hopefully it would be approved and move on. Yes.
But
like any other project.
Yeah, but you got to make sure it's right. Okay.
Right.
Well, in that case, I won't. Again, this passed 3-0 out of committee. I supported it, and so I will. Thank you. I just want to bring that issue up. Thank you.
All right. Council Member Friedson? I didn't know.
I would just very briefly say it goes without saying. I think it goes without amending. So appreciate that the approval is key. That is the entire magic to the expedited review process, whether it was the biohealth priority campus or whether it was the mixed income communities. The main mechanism, the main focus of that, the key point is this idea that departments and agencies can't just not respond and hold up projects in perpetuity. That definitive ability for the planning department and the planning board to move forward, even with conditional approval, is essential. So I appreciate the fact that we fleshed this out, but that we didn't gut the key focus of the expedited review, because that is the essential part, more important than any number of days or anything else. The idea that no response is deemed approval, even if it's conditional approval, is critical to all of these expedited review process, including this zoning text amendment.
Okay. And Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Madam President. Really important conversation, and to distill it down, what DPS is saying is that there is still regulatory review that will proceed even under an expedited process. Full stop. Thank you.
Councilmember Almaraz.
Thanks. I don't have a lot to add. This has been very helpful, like the full circle conversation, because initially when DPS brought this issue to our attention, I'm very sensitive to when an executive branch agency comes forward to us and says, if we understand what you want to do, we support it, we just need a little help to make sure we get it right the first time. That, I think, should, in more instances than not, prevail. But because we went full circle on this conversation, it was helpful to acknowledge that there are unique circumstances here that make me feel better knowing it will still move forward and there will be other checkpoints.
Okay, so there's no motion there, and I just want to clarify that on the earlier amendment was withdrawn, and Councilmember Sales, since you second that, you are fine. Yeah, that we're fine. That, thank you, Councilmember Lukey, for checking, but I just wanted to make sure it's clean. I think those are all the things with the zoning text amendment. So now, since we had a committee recommendation, but we did make amendments to it in our session today, we need a motion to approve ZTA 25-03.
Move amended version of the ZTA.
I have Councilmember Friedson moved, Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez second. This is a roll call vote. I will turn to the clerk.
Councilmember Lukey?
Yes.
Councilmember Lukey votes yes. Councilmember Mink?
Yes.
Councilmember Mink votes yes. Councilmember Sales?
Yes.
Councilmember Sales votes yes. Councilmember Friedson?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedson votes yes. Councilmember Glass?
Yes.
Councilmember Glass votes yes. Councilmember Katz?
Yes.
Councilmember Katz votes yes. Councilmember Albornoz?
Yes.
Councilmember Albornoz votes yes. Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez votes yes. Councilmember Balcom?
Yes.
Councilmember Balcom votes yes. Councilmember Jawando?
Yes.
Councilmember Jawando votes yes. Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart votes yes.
All right. The last item for us as a district council is consideration of action on subdivision regulation amendment 25-01, administrative subdivision expedited approval plan. The Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee recommends approval with amendments, and I will turn it over to Chair Friedson.
Yeah, hopefully this one will be easier. As colleagues know, the SRA is just the subdivision requirement in order to implement the zoning text amendment to make the requisite changes from the zoning text amendment. If a subdivision is occurring, we need it to mirror the subdivision policy as well as the zoning text change. And so this amended version would do that. Just my only question for council staff is whether or not we need to make any adjustments here based on any of the amendments that we made from the dais formally.
No. So the amendment that committee did was just to consolidate some sections, make it cleaner, make it shorter. And so no changes in the ZTA affect the SRA.
I didn't think so, but just wanted to confirm that for the record. With that, we have a committee recommendation for the SRA, and I will turn it back to you, Madam President.
Thank you. So with the committee recommendation, this is a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Lukey?
Yes.
Councilmember Lukey votes yes. Councilmember Mink?
Yes.
Councilmember Mink votes yes. Councilmember Sales?
Yes.
Councilmember Sales votes yes. Councilmember Friedson?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedson votes yes. Councilmember Glass?
Yes.
Councilmember Glass votes yes. Councilmember Katz?
Yes.
Councilmember Katz votes yes. Councilmember Albornoz?
Yes.
Councilmember Albornoz votes yes. Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez votes yes. Councilmember Balcom?
Yes.
Councilmember Balcom votes yes. Councilmember Jawando? Councilmember Jawando votes yes. Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart votes yes.
Great. Thank you, everyone. All right, we'll do a switch of our attorneys, and now we're at our legislative session day number 9. We have 2 agenda items. The first one is expedited bill 2-25, taxation, payments in lieu of taxes, affordable housing amendments. There was a joint operations, fiscal policy, and economic development committee, and we voted on this 6 to 1, 1 abstaining, to recommend to the full council. What this bill would do is establish a minimum payment in lieu of taxes for certain conversions of high vacancy commercial properties to residential use. Second, it would establish the amount of payment in lieu of taxes. And third, generally amend the law governing payments in lieu of taxes. The joint committees had a very robust conversation on this and made a number of amendments. The first is to increase the affordability requirement to 17.5%, reduce the number of years from 25 to 20 years, and put in place a 10-year sunset. The committee also adopted an amendment to include a transition provision so that properties have already applied to either the Planning Department or Department of Permitting Services as appropriate may be eligible for the pilot without reapplying under the new expedited process. In addition, the committee adopted an amendment to clarify that property developments that do not require planning department review may still be eligible for the pilot if they otherwise meet the same requirements, and that the relevant time for the vacancy requirement is at the time of application to the planning board, or when the application to the planning department is not required, at the time of application to the Department of Permitting Services. And again, I just want to thank all the committee members for the robust discussion on this. I know we do have a couple of amendments and continued discussion, but before we turn to the staff to go over things, I'm going to turn to my co-chair, Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I only want to say a couple of things because I feel that I have been talking about this for so long and I even get bored. So two things that I want to remind folks, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, retail conversation, please post that. We're not going to have it here. We're going to be looking into retail starting this fall. We're going to be working as the Economic Development Committee closely with the Planning Department and our council staff. So stay tuned on that one. And the second thing, just a reminder to folks, the properties that we're talking about, half vacant properties at least. These are properties that are actually paying very little in property tax. Very little in property tax right now. They're not producing anything. Here we're talking about making sure that we are incentivizing the property owners to convert them from empty office buildings, or half empty, into housing, because yes, we are dealing with a housing crisis, and we as a government have a responsibility to actually, create incentives to, update our zoning laws to ensure that we are doing our very best to meet this current crisis. Once you convert these empty or half-empty office buildings, you're going to have people moving in. They're going to have to be paying impact taxes. They're going to have to be paying income taxes. I mean, the investment is huge. And this is nothing new. We have all other jurisdictions that are already doing this. DC is one of them. We are just catching up, really. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to the council President to move us forward with this bill. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much. I will turn it over now to our council staff, Mr. Ogarzalik.
Thank you. It was a little bit better, Council President. Council President did a fantastic job summarizing what occurred at committee and the substance of the bill. In addition to the 5 committee recommended amendments, the staff report contains the text of 8 proposed amendments covering 6 distinct topics. Staff recommends that council move through those topics in the order set forth in the staff report.
Sounds like a good plan. All right. Then the first item was Council Vice President Jawando offering an amendment. I'll turn it over to you if you want to discuss it, or Mr. You want to? Who wants to start? Which one of you wants to lay out?
I'll let you correct me. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam President. I want to start by noting that I think it's a really good idea to convert unused office space to either used office space or to some other use like housing. We did that in the last. That's what the whole last unanimous ZTA was about, to speed that process up. But it's a big but. If there's no other use for that office space, the best thing would be if that office space would be filled. The next best thing would be to turn it into another productive use like housing. And I just want to clarify what we did in the ZTA, the retail that we took out, that impacts this pilot as well, or correct?
Correct, yes. However the ZTA stands as presently drafted, the pilot is inextricably linked. So whatever happened in the ZTA would carry through to the pilot.
Right. And you could pass the ZTA and not pass the pilot, for example. In the expedited review would still be in place.
Correct.
Just not the pilot. Perfect. Just want to get that out there. I'm channeling Councilmember Balcom here. Yeah. When I first heard about the pilot, and we've done this before, the intention, again, to focus on vacant office space is something I generally am in favor of. We already have the ability to do pilots, and we've done them on a case-by-case basis. But this one is much, much more broader than I think a lot of folks realize. And it's a mismatch in the kind of impact statements I think demonstrate this. The fiscal impact statement, for example, said that it included office and residential buildings, including demolitions, and lasted in perpetuity, such that we would be telling developers long time from now that they could sign up for a 25-year pilot. But the mismatch there in the economic impact statement, on the other hand, based their analysis on 15 office buildings only, and where the county where conversion was deemed, quote, feasible. So there's a different understanding in how both of these statements took the issue, right? One looked at all the office buildings that are potential, others looked at 15, and so we got different information both in the fiscal and the economic impact statement because of that different sampling. So a lot of my amendments today and questions are that I think we need to slow this down because it's a big decision. It was mentioned a couple times about DC. DC was, that's my First Amendment. DC program has some differences. It is a competitive program that has caps. The bill as introduced is a non-competitive program that anyone can take advantage of that doesn't have any caps on fiscal, on the output of what could be the actual cost of it. My staff met with the DC staff, and my understanding is that was the only meeting that they had, but that's been referenced quite a bit in how this is going forward. You can be for conversion of office to residential, but you can also be for a cap that makes sure we don't spend too much and that we evaluate each on a case-by-case basis. The DC process also allows for some discretion regarding the projects that actually receive the abatement based on factors that are set forth, like how fast can you deliver it? What's the level of affordability? Other factors. So DC gets some discretion through their Department of Housing to do that. So I think when you're talking about something where the fiscal note says it could be hundreds of millions of dollars, they said up to $2.6 billion, you could argue whether that would happen or not. It's a big difference saying we're going to let you do that and just hope it works out to saying we have some caps, we're going to look at how fast you can deliver it, some mechanisms, and if you meet these requirements, you'd be allowed to do it. So I think we need to understand these questions and make sure that we're proceeding with due caution. The First Amendment that I'd offered is to put it in alignment with the DC model for conversions of commercial buildings, like their housing and downtown HID program, as was mentioned by the sponsors and has been mentioned very, very many times. Another big difference, DC program, they require the building to be 100% vacant by the time as they move through the process. So not 50% full. You know, I said this you could 50% vacant is 50% full. We're receiving property tax on that. So I think that's something that we want to look at as well. So I would turn it over to you, sir, to state I'm going to move this amendment, which is the number 1 in the packet. It's on page 8, which would align this to make this a competitive pilot with an annual cap, similar to the DC model, to make sure that we're offering this incentive, which is a very generous incentive. Some have estimated over $25 million on an average size property, ish. But that we're also making sure it benefits us and that we're doing it in a fiscally responsible way. So could you state the amendment for me, please?
Yeah, so it's set forth on pages 8 through 11 within the staff report. So functionally what the amendment does is it deletes the by right amendment that had been introduced at introduction, and creates a new paragraph D. So basically there are some discretionary pilots already within county law, and there are some by right pilots within county law. This would essentially, because it's a little bit different than both just the normal existing discretionary and existing by right pilots, it creates a new program wherein the director of finance, because that's the entity that within the code functionally is actually charged with handling these pilots. Obviously DHCA, DPS, all of these, and planning, all these other entities have a role. But the property As offered, the amendment would allow the Director of Finance to receive applications, presumably through, for example, the way that the District of Columbia does is they put out an RFP, functionally is what they do, a request for proposals, and developers can submit an application to the county, and they would include various information in response to factors that might be set forth in an RFP. The amendment offered would require 25% of the dwelling units located in the to be affordable. So just in terms of the conversation that was had at introduction and at committee and will occur related to one of the other amendments being offered, and to individuals, households earning 60% or less of the area median income, which mirrors the bill as it was introduced and as it was recommended by committee. So the director would review the applications as they were received in that order, looking at the various factors that were set forth, and there would be an annual cap associated with how much pilot could be awarded. The cap is set forth in the offered amendment. For fiscal year 2026, it would be up to $5.8 million. The next year, $11.8 million. The following year, $17.8 million. The following year, $20 million. And then for each successive year, it's worded as 103%, but it's a 3% increase on the preceding year.
Which could get into the hundreds of millions.
Exactly. It just keeps a limit kind of. So from 20, you would have a 3% following year, 3% from the following year. And ultimately, the director would have some discretion in awarding a pilot, in issuing that agreement, up until the point when the annual cap for the county has been reached, at which point no more pilots could be issued for that year.
Thank you. So I'd like to move that amendment.
Okay. Do I have a second? Councilmember Mink, second. I have Councilmember Sales in the queue.
Yeah, I'm just had a question about the cap. Like, what are we capping? Are we capping how many people can take advantage of the pilot for one particular parcel, or capping how much the taxes are? What are we capping?
So the actual cap would be the amount of taxes that are abated for that particular year via agreement.
So it's not 100%.
Well, so the way that the DC, and this is modeled off the DC model, the DC model allows the director some discretion in terms of how much, because as part of it, and set forth in this amendment, the applicant needs to provide some pro formas and a little bit more detailed information about exactly how this development's going to work. So that would leave the director of finance some discretion to say, this project might not get there without 100%. This project might get there, and so it gives a little bit of discretion. So for a particular project, that amount abated could potentially shift. But the actual cap that's in place is related to like the total sum dollars that have been abated through the pilot program for that particular tax levy year.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you, Madam President. I won't be supporting this amendment and hope that we will move forward with what came out of committee. I think the key point here is if we want these conversions to happen, we have to incentivize them. And that is the entire purpose of this effort. And we need to make the process very clear, very consistent, and importantly, not get caught up in the bureaucracy of an executive's county departments who has suggested very clearly that he is opposed to moving forward with what we're trying to do. Even with our nonprofit pilot that the previous council approved, that by right pilot, and it is a by right pilot, was held up for months and months and years for our nonprofit affordable housing providers, at which point there needed to be numerous meetings, conversations, and even efforts at the state level to be able to move that forward. And that's by right. That's not discretionary in that effort. And those are only affordable housing nonprofit providers that were being held up in that process. Speaking of the comparison to DC, I think it is important to clarify that they have multiple conversion programs that range from 20 to 40 years of property tax abatements. At the affordability level in the aforementioned program is 10% at 60% AMI, as opposed to the 17.5% that we have set up here as amended in committee. The affordability in that program spans for the duration of the abatement and not longer than the abatement. So different than ours as well. And it exempts a number of requirements under DC law, including the TOPA law, the renter protection law, which is exempted as part of that effort. We're not proposing and suggesting to do that here as another version of their incentive. But most importantly, it's run by a mayor in DC and the deputy mayor's office in DC that overwhelmingly supports it and wants to see these happen and wants to provide incentives to make them happen, which is really important. Approving this amendment would dramatically reduce, if not completely eliminate, the effectiveness of this effort to convert vacant offices and to deliver housing. Based on economic models our staff has run, these redevelopments will be a net positive for county revenues, with income and income taxes and an exponential increase in property values moving forward after the abatement expires. The Joint Committee thoughtfully went through the issues, increased affordability requirements, lowered the years of the benefit, set a sunset, and with a majority of the council at that Joint Committee approved a very strong measure that will deliver positive results for the county. I hope that we can move forward with this, and I hope that we will not support this amendment.
Councilmember Albanaz.
Thank you. So I'm just going to make some overarching comments here. I wasn't sure quite when to do that. Seems like now's the appropriate time. So first, these conversions are exceedingly rare. And the reason they are rare is because they are very expensive. And there have to be a lot of moons aligned in order for commercial property owners to be able to do this in a way that makes sense economically for them. We've only had one that I'm familiar with in downtown Silver Spring that has actually been very successful. And as I've stated before publicly, I used to work in that building when it was a commercial office building before it was converted to the micro condos that have created condos that are between 600 and 800 square feet, which we just don't have enough of in our market, and have become very popular. I also get a little anxious when we compare ourselves to the District of Columbia, because it's very much an apples and oranges comparison. When you look at our commercial suburban properties, they are really struggling, and they were even before COVID, and COVID just put a nail in the coffin. And so we do have to think even more creatively about how to convert spaces like that aren't near transit, that aren't near the amenities that people are looking for, and are even more difficult for property owners to be able to convert. So I appreciate and agree with us being as aggressive as we possibly can be, and obviously, like all of my colleagues, agree that it makes a heck of a lot of sense for us to do what we can to take existing properties and then convert them to a more effective use. And this is a big swing, and we've taken other big swings. I supported the effort to provide additional tax revenue, tax relief on the development of properties on WMATA properties. But I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. One of the reasons why we have to take swings like this is because of policies that we've enacted over several councils with the best of intention that we have to look at and analyze to ensure that we aren't creating more problems than we're trying to solve. And so I think the review by the planning board staff of the pipeline projects and why those projects remain in the pipeline and aren't moving forward is going to be very telling. And it's going to force us to look at ourselves in the mirror and examine existing policies to see what can or should be changed in order to free up other opportunities. But in the meantime, we have to chip away on the edges and the margins. And this is an example of that. So am I comfortable with everything that's been proposed? No, I'm not. But what I am feeling very strongly is that while on our watch, we have to do what we can to do things that make a lot of common sense. And to me, that fundamentally is what this effort is trying to do. So I won't support this amendment, but I wanted to provide the context and background from which I'm coming from and why I'm not supporting it, but I acknowledge and respect the concerns that you've raised, Councilmember Jawando. But I also recognize the great work of the committee and the conversations I've had with a number of key stakeholders here. I feel comfortable that this effort as a whole will help improve our current circumstances.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the spirit of the amendment and discussed in the context of fiscal responsibility, wanting to make sure that we're good stewards to Montgomery County taxpayers. And I think it's really important that we are talking about this at the same time we are actively taking up the FY26 budget. Fiscal responsibility should be our through line right now. And for the specifics of the amendment, I think we need to even have a better understanding of the commercial office market in Montgomery County vis-a-vis the District of Columbia. Mr. Ali, as our analyst on this issue, can you talk about the difference in the commercial markets and how much of the tax bases they make up?
Sure, I appreciate the question. I don't have a full understanding of the size of the inventory in DC, but I know that as a portion of their property tax base, office is over 40% compared to in total about 7% of our property tax base in the county.
So commercial office spaces here in Montgomery County are about 7% of our tax base, yet in DC they're about 40%. Is that what you just said? I can understand why DC has a very different timeline, because almost half of their tax base are commercial office spaces when ours is 7%. And that is very, very different. The fact that the impact statement also has produced a very high number. Councilmember Albornoz just mentioned the WMATA Metro bill that we passed in the last council. Very similar goal, to create more housing on metro stations because none were being built. The impact statement for that bill was a range of $340 million to $415 million over 15 years. Mr. Ali, how many projects have been built?
There's one under construction in Strathmore Square, and I believe there's another approval near North Bethesda as well under that pilot.
So is it fair to say that that fiscal impact statement was off by hundreds of millions of dollars?
That's hard to say without looking at the numbers, just because of the vintage of that study, but it's, it would definitely, to the extent that it presumed the same amount of development sort of occurring and taking the pilot as had occurred in the past, it would be hard to see how that.
It was wildly off. We'll leave it there. And I think the important point is even if the impact statement for this bill is not wildly off, different people assessed it differently. There is a safeguard, and the safeguard is the 10-year sunset clause. So that as we start approaching in 5 years, 6 years, we will see how much of this tax burden has changed. And we can make plans accordingly and signal to our property owners that we're reaching the limit. We're not going to continue this. The program has been wildly successful, which would be a good thing, but that's what the sunset clause is for. And so for those reasons, I appreciate the attention to fiscal responsibility, but I think there are apples and orange comparisons to the District of Columbia. And even if this fiscal impact statement is more on target as opposed to the previous impact statement on the WMATA Metro bill, we have a sunset clause to adjust for that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. Making it very short and sweet, I will not be supporting this amendment. I said that Washington, D.C. has a program, but I, as the chair of the Economic Development Committee, did not meet with Washington, D.C. You know why? The whole experience and they're really urban. Their experience and how we compare to Washington, D.C. are completely different. It's not apples to apples. They have one. We need to, what we're doing here and all the time that we're spending in the Economic Development Committee and then with a joint session with GO was based on the realities that are happening in Montgomery County, not in DC, not the realities in Virginia, not the realities in California, the realities in Montgomery County. That's what you have in front of you. With that, I hope we can please vote on this amendment so we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mink.
Thank you. Appreciate the conversation. I think that these conversations are important to have, and I know that the committee spent a lot of time. That said, this is a big bill. It's a big opportunity. It's also a lot of money, potentially, but I think these are very important and valid conversations, and so I appreciate my colleagues' patience in having them. The aspect of this amendment that I think is most important is that it opens up the possibility for some kind of negotiation. And I hear my colleagues on some of the downsides as well. That said, the opportunity, like we've got some amendments coming up about looking at percentage of affordable units, et cetera. We want to make sure that these projects can pencil, right? That's the purpose of being able to, of having this bill in the first place. We want to incentivize, we want to excite people, we want to get things going. We need to make sure that their projects can pencil in a way that is going to have them moving forward. Every project at every location is going to be a little bit different. And so, the calculation here, I understand, is that that difference is not big enough to be worth spending a lot of time diving into everyone and negotiating. We've seen that, at least with this county executive, that's not really happening. That said, there is going to be a new county executive. Fiscal conditions and the landscape is going to be changing. And there's variables with every project at every different location that impacts how they would pencil. And so not having any ability or any space to negotiate at all does make me concerned about what we might be leaving on the table. And so that is the aspect of creating some kind of function that would allow for some kind of negotiation. That's the aspect of that I like and appreciate. And I understand if people are making the calculation that they think that the difference there is going to be negligible enough and that the benefits are going to be big enough that it doesn't seem worthwhile. But I think it's a reasonable question to be asked, and that's what I'm weighing for myself right now. Looking at increasing the required percentage of affordable units, which we're going to be talking about here shortly, so to be continued on that. But, we need to make sure that the projects are going to pencil. We also don't want to leave anything on the table. And so that's where I think, if there was a way that we could allow for some kind of negotiation, then we kind of address the question of required percentage, like within the scope of that negotiation for each project. That would be my preferred mechanism for making sure that we're maximizing what we can get out of these projects, as opposed to baseline increasing the percentage, which I'd like to do. But I have again questions about making sure that we are accomplishing the goals of the bill if we were to do that. So to me, looking at this amendment or at a version of this amendment, some kind of mechanism that would allow for negotiation based on the variables of the particular projects, but still, again, having the incentive there, expediting, et cetera, that to me would be the sweet spot.
Right. Councilmember Katz.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I too appreciate the spirit of the amendment. I'm not going to support it. And I was not a co-sponsor of the legislation in the beginning, and I agree that air market is not the same as the District of Columbia. Candidly, I think the best problem we could ever have would be that we have more interest than what we would like. In fact, I don't know how we could have more interest than what we would like, because I think we need the interest. I also agree that this is not perfect, but perfect is the enemy of good, and this is good. We have a problem now. Let's be clear. We have a problem now. And unfortunately, we're going to have a bigger problem because of the federal leases and other things that are happening. Vacant commercial buildings help no one. Underline that. Tax assessments are based on the leases in the building. They're reassessed every 3 years. And if a developer, if a building owner doesn't have a tenant, they can appeal this. They can appeal the assessment, and they can go back and the appeal says, look, I don't have a tenant. And the next week they get a tenant, and they don't come back to the assessor and say, oh, good news, I get the higher assessment. We're not doing that. We're losing for 3 years when there's no tenant in that building. This is an investment. This is not in the short term. It's in the longer term. We need to do something, and I think this is the proper way to do the something. We also need to try to figure out and to make certain that with this legislation that we do have people that are built. I have heard from some developers that they would convert, that they would be of interest, and I've heard from others that say, I'm not sure. I think we need to show that we're doing this, and I think we need to show it as quickly as we can. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation and comments from colleagues. I want to just make a couple of points and ask a question of OMB with the Council President's permission, since the fiscal statement was brought up. I think they're here. Our market is not the same. Our market is not the same. And the point of this amendment, and I appreciate Councilmember Mink's comments, is that you can incentivize. There's a difference between 100% by right for 20 years and nothing. There's a big difference between those things. And what I'm trying to interject into this is, as other communities that have tried or trying this, some level of fiscal constraint and not even fiscal constraint, some level of understanding of what is needed. The other thing, and this is a big deal. This is not just for conversion, it's for the demolition. You could just knock it down and you can get this tax rate. Is this tax abatement? Is that correct? You don't have to do anything with it.
Yes, this contemplates both a conversion within the shell of the building as well as demolition and reconstruction.
Right. Or you could build on top of it, or you could convert it. You could convert what's actually standing as well.
Correct.
Right. So, and folks have brought this up, half empty is half full. We're getting property tax revenue from these buildings. 7% is not 40% like DC, but 7% is still $200 million. Correct? Ish. Yeah. Oh, I'll talk to finance. Yeah, OMB's here. So if you could just walk us through the assumptions. These are big numbers. There's a lot of properties that fall into the category here. And I think it's important to understand that.
Todd Foley, Department of Finance. The fiscal impact statement did analyze the first version of the bill that went to the Geo-Econ Committee and has subsequently changed a fair bit. It did anticipate a 25-year pilot without a 10-year sunset. Were we to redo it today, there would be a number of very different assumptions with regard to the length of the pilot, and with the sunset, we would assume at this action today it ends at 10 years and there's no new properties after that. In terms of how we arrived at the number, the key assumption there was that there is sufficient, or was, prior to the removal of retail, sufficient property in terms of acreage potentially eligible for the pilot, and beneath that, sufficient property with older buildings that have a low ratio of assessed building on it to assessed land, meaning the existing structure is not worth very much as compared to the potential use of the land, that you could fit our entire past 10 years of residential market rate development on that property and have plenty to spare. And so our assumption was that developers facing a complete abatement of taxes, which is highly valuable, would choose to target properties that could get them that pilot and that they would find plenty of land available with which to use it, such that we should expect our future supply of multifamily to make use of the abatement, and that our future supply of multifamily would resemble the prior 10 years of development, which we use as a proxy for the future because of how difficult it is to forecast future development levels. And that in some years we would have lots of development, in some years we would have very little, but that across the average it sort of looks like our relatively recent past.
I appreciate that. And we've also made it retroactive in the committee, right? So
Actually, before we move on, I
Yeah.
had a couple of questions since we
Sure,
were there.
please.
I guess I understand, believe me, how difficult it is to do these models, and there's a lot of different assumptions. I believe council staff had sent over a number of questions regarding this, because I think looking back at the last 10 years and projecting that forward, completely understand why you did that. But given the situation we are in right now, with tariffs, with the volatility of this country, with what's going on with federal leases and other things, if you were to, would you make the same assumption that our development in the next few years is going to mirror that development that we've had in the county?
We attempt to look to the future as best we can, given how humbling that experience is. We do our tax forecast every year, and every year we are wrong. And so, and by wrong,
and sometimes good in a good way, and sometimes,
and by wrong, we attempt to, we try to get within a very small percentage slice, but it has never landed on the dollar.
Yeah.
We would proceed with the same manner because whenever we have tried to forecast impact taxes or anything with development in a different way, we have been more wrong. That we have found taking the 10-year average has simply kept us as close to the ballpark as we can expect to be for what is the hardest thing we forecast.
Great.
Development is
And one of the other questions I had, which is that this looks at the property tax credit that would be given, but doesn't look at any of the income that would be generated. When we're looking at income taxes, and even a conservative model on that, even if we're saying people are moving within the county, we are going to probably pick up some new people. So even conservative models, I think, look at potentially $1 million in income taxes, but even if we cut that in half, that's still a decent amount of money when we're looking at some of these projects. In addition to that, we're not looking at if somebody purchased a building then to do this project. Then we have recordation taxes, and we know we have discussed those recordation taxes here on this council, and some people didn't agree with what we did on them, but we also did increase recordation taxes in the last few years. But the models don't look at any potential income that would be coming in. Is that correct?
Correct. Dennis Hetman, Department of Finance.
Great.
One of the key things in most of the modeling that we do is we get to see how the curve goes in the future years. And in this instance, the reason these caps are potentially really important is because it goes logarithmic, it goes vertical, it's not linear. So it's compounding on itself, and that's where the real egregious totals start to actually be realized, is in those out years. And in terms of the income, that is a lot more of the second derivative elasticity effects. It is difficult for us to understand what our income taxes are going to be on a quarterly distribution 2 years from now, nonetheless 27 or 25 from now when this would be done. So it's very tangible, the property tax lost. The income is one that, again, is a second derivative elasticity of that is tough to wrap a number around.
Right. But we would get that. I
True,
completely
correct,
understand,
correct.
and you're bringing me back to my master's degree, and I certainly appreciate that. But the point is, we would get that, and that is not, and I understand why it's not there. And I understand why you're doing the 10-year, but just one other point on this is that the modeling does look at having the the property tax abatement in this year, FY26, if we were going to go forward with that, and in FY27, which my understanding is that pilots come at use and occupancy. And I got to say, even if you are the fastest person possible to get a construction project through in FY26, even if we are to pass this today, it would be pretty remarkable.
We mistakenly read into the bill a grandfathering clause that, quite frankly, is not there.
Mm-hmm.
We would instead have kicked our analysis out 2 years at sort of our or at the inflationary term that we had put into the assumptions. And instead of providing 25 years, we would have provided it at 27 years with the first impact starting in 2 years.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah,
Thank
Council Vice President.
Thank you. Thank you for those questions and answers. The grandfathering clause is in there, though.
By grandfathering,
What do you mean by
I meant
just
projects under construction now.
Oh, under construction. Got it. Okay. But so the retroactivity which was where I was going, is for approvals. Can you explain?
Correct.
What,
yeah. So I can
that?
touch on this.
How that would relate.
The FIS contemplated the application of the pilot to projects that already had been approved or were actively under construction, which is sort of, from a realistic construction standpoint, the only way that you could possibly touch on an FY26 or maybe FY27 impact just on speed of construction. The retroactivity amendment that was recommended by committee still would require the applicant to go through the DPS process and then the actual construction of the building. So even if they were at the very, very end, they
still wouldn't get to this.
It would still be hard to, it'd be a very, very aggressive construction schedule to reach FY26, potentially tail end of FY27.
But just to be clear on that amendment, so someone who has gone forward with the project to convert office to residential or demolish an office building that has already gone through and gotten approval and is moving forward and did not need in their pro forma to move forward this very, very generous, lucrative tax abatement, they would now be able to receive it even though they didn't ask for it and didn't need it.
Without commenting on whether they asked or needed it, I would say yes.
They would receive it.
They would certainly receive it,
Even
and they
though it wasn't
already have a
available.
plan. They already have approval from Planning Board as of the effective date of the bill, is the way that the amendment was recommended out of committee.
The commentary, but they did. It wasn't in existence, but they would be the beneficiary of it now, even though when they applied it did not exist.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Again, I think the issue here is not should we do anything, it's should we do all of this and forego all this revenue and not have any cap, a guardrail, the compounding. Even at a 10-year sunset, you're still compounding. Those numbers get very high very quick. And we're going to say you already had a project that you're approved for. Let's give it to you too. At the same time, we listened to 100 people last night talk about needs $150,000 to convert a house for someone who's disabled. The other thing is we are getting money right now. This flip side to the council president's point, that income tax may come and will come if these places are built and people move in, and I acknowledge that 100%, and that's a good thing, is that we are receiving property tax revenue now. That's also not factored in to the impact statement either, in the sense that what are we actually receiving on these properties that are eligible? And so that cuts both. We are literally, unlike the WMATA pilot, where we were receiving nothing because nothing was there, here we actually are receiving something. And we'll get into affordability in a second, but I just think on the next amendment, but we also have to ask, what are we getting for this? And under the WMATA pilot that was mentioned, there are rents that are $11,000. $11,000.
Can we keep this? I just want to keep to this amendment because I have other people in the queue that want to speak to this amendment.
Okay, I'll come back to the affordability.
You want to come back to the affordability? That is another amendment.
So just my just last point, and I'll yield, is that we can be in favor of this conversion, but also want some level of analysis and some level of negotiation, and not just say, here, take everything, and we just hope it works out. That's just not a plan.
I have Councilmember Sales.
Thank you, Council President. I agree with the sentiments of this this amendment. We all heard about the stories last night of the need for affordable housing, so I'm glad we're going to get to the amendment next about the percentage-wise. But this is why I introduced the amendment during the joint committee session for the sunset, because we really want to assess and evaluate how this pilot, how this bill actually improves our housing supply. If it supports the goals of increasing our housing supply, my goal is increasing our affordable housing supply with the thousands of people who are on the wait list. And so I don't think we're going to get the support for this amendment, but I appreciate the sentiments of creating a competitive market for folks to bid on which project is most feasible and most appropriate for a particular parcel. But, I hope that we can reach the same evaluation method and ultimately get to the goal of creating a competitive market for more developers to quickly build more housing and more conversions. I yield.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't envy your task of following the bouncing balls, but it is all important conversation. First, I want to thank OMB for further explaining how an economic impact statement is generated. Important conversation here, and important for you to note that the economic statement that you provided is different now because the bill is different. And the assumptions that were made were very different than the reality we are in now, where the federal government is firing, eliminating, and destroying the way of life that Montgomery County has been used to for 40 or 50 years. And so things have to change. I want to go back to a point that was raised by the amendment sponsor I have 2 points I want to raise. Tax abatements. Can someone explain how tax abatements work? Because I think they're getting confused, as some are stating that they are tax expenditures when we have a $7.7 billion budget with lots of needs, as has been rightly pointed. How can you explain the difference there?
So the tax abatement under the agreement would simply be that for each year in which the payment in lieu of taxes is in place, whether it be 20 years, 25 years, for each tax levy year, when that property owner receives their property tax bill from the county, it would be zero if it's 100% abatement. Of course, there are other taxes that are not affected by the pilot, but for each of those 20 years, 25 years for which the agreement is in place, the property tax bill on that property would be zero.
And so property that is 50% or more vacant is already contributing far less in their commercial tax, right? And a point that Councilmember Katz was making.
That's right, yeah.
And a new building that is full of people who are working provides additional income tax and also sales tax and other types of services, and right?
There would
flooding
be
the economy.
Also economic impacts in addition to the fiscal impacts. Yeah.
And that tax, or those taxes and economic activity, were not included in the fiscal impact statement. Is that correct?
Which tax are you speaking about specifically?
Income tax.
Correct.
Sales
we did not
tax,
include. We do not
economic activity.
We do not collect sales tax here at the county level. That goes to the state. But we did not include income tax, recordation tax, fuel, energy, or any of the other major taxes that we collect.
Thank you. That's the full economic impact of these projects that were not necessarily included in the economic impact statement. And then last point, because it was raised, about projects that are currently in the queue. The amendment that I offered and that was supported by the committee simply is about the very first stage of a project, and it is specifically for site plans. Can you explain how a site plan application works?
So this would be this would the amendment that was recommended by committee would allow for those properties that have already received approval from the planning board for their site plan, which is sort of that large scale. There was a little bit of discussion about this during the colloquy with planning and DPS related to the ZTA, but sort of that first level review from planning for those entities.
First level review.
Correct. This was contemplated in the expedited process in ZT 2503.
And so if a project has already received a site plan and then this package is approved, what would that home builder have to do in order to then qualify for this?
So functionally, without the amendment, that home builder would have to reapply back to the planning board pursuant to ZTA 2503's changes to 4.4.3 and 7.5.3, the expedited process.
And then how long would the process restart?
So that would set them back for because we still stuck with 60 days for that.
So let's get back into reality here. If a home builder has a project and it's the very first stage, all they have to do is withdraw their application and put it back in the next day. That's what's going to happen. And then the second thing that happens is their project is delayed by at least 60 days. And if the intention of this is to get as many homes built as quickly as possible, why would we want to delay it by 60 days? That's what the amendment did to allow those in site plan to move forward under this bill.
Thank you.
Madam President.
We have an amendment in for it, but I know we're going off in different directions. I think I took accidentally Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez out of the queue. Did you want to say something? And then we'll close up on this amendment.
I took this out.
Yeah.
I am going to call the question.
All right. You're going to call the question on this amendment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Balcom, second. There's no debate on calling the question. It's a hand vote. We need 7 affirmative votes to call the question. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just to vote on it, to close conversation. Yeah.
To have no further discussion.
No further of this amendment. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Discussion of this amendment is closed. Now I will move the vote on this amendment. All those in favor of Council Vice President Jawando's amendment, we'll just shorthand it to be a CAP amendment. Please raise your hand. And that is 1, 2. That amendment does not move forward. Moving on now to number 2. Also, Councilmember Jawando, and this is where we started to get into conversations about affordability. As a reminder, in committee, the joint committee, we changed the affordability, and as the bill stands now, it is at 17.5% MPDU.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment would require a greater percentage of affordable units at 25%. If folks remember, again, we are giving as modified in committee. There's a 17.5% right now, up from 15. The mandated by law over since the 70s is 12.5%, which has been effectively 15% in most projects now. And so the bill as introduced was pretty much as close to the minimum that's already required under law for a very massive tax abatement. And I just want to give context for what that means. It is real dollars because, if you look at one of our tax abatement pilot agreements, that property tax bill, and I've seen a couple of them over the years. It shows that for that year, it shows how much you would have paid, and for a 200-person multifamily building, let's say it's $1 million or something like that, or $800,000, depending on where you are in the county. It'll say you don't have to pay that year, and it's zero. So it is an impact. on both sides of the ledger, as has been discussed. So the question is, what are we getting? Again, not being against the conceptual idea here, but what are we getting for that? Are we getting above what the level of affordability that is required under law already in deeper levels of affordability? Because as we hear, and we've heard last night, and we continually hear, that's what is needed. Or are we subsidizing high-end, mostly market rate luxury apartments? And as I mentioned before, one of the test cases, this under the WMATA pilot, is you have rents that are $11,000 and 15% MPDU at a workforce level. That is not going to solve our affordability crisis. It's just not. And if someone wants to build that, that's fine, but we shouldn't be subsidizing that, in my view, without getting deeper levels of affordability. So this would require that there be 25% affordable units at 60%, similar to what the bill has introduced, earning 60% or less of the area median income. And I think given what we're giving away or foregoing, that's a reasonable number. So I would move that amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Balcom? Oh, sorry, second. Second, Councilmember Mink. I was trying to speed us up. Sorry. I assumed there was a second.
Thank you. So I co-sponsored this bill. I think it's very important that we move forward. And throughout the year that we looked at vacant commercial property, somebody in the discussion, and the same discussion of needing affordable units, someone invariably will say, why don't we just convert these empty office buildings to residential? Great idea, and the reason that it doesn't happen is because it's extremely expensive to do that. We cannot do it without incentivizing the process. And so the original bill came up with 15% restricted income units and with a 25-year pilot. And that's a balance, right? So when we talk about penciling out a project, it has to work from a financial perspective and what that incentive is going to be. And so we got lots of testimony. We've had lots of conversations, phone calls. We've all had those conversations. And so in committee, in joint committee, we listened and increased it to 17.5% and reduced the pilot to the term to 20 years. And in doing so, we had to really think about the balance. And if that balance, if we require too many restricted units, or if we have too short of a time for the tax abatement, it just doesn't work from a financial perspective. And so I don't support this amendment. I feel strongly that we need to move these forward. We need to incentivize this. It's a great idea. I think everybody agrees that conversion from commercial to residential solves two problems that we have in the county. It won't happen unless we incentivize it, and it won't happen unless we have that balance, the correct balance. So I'm going to stick with the joint committee recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Katz.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to try to be very brief. I will not support the amendment. I remember vividly when you had commercial property or office property that if you decided to change the zone to residential, the property owner jumped up and down and said you were down zoning and that you were killing everything that you had ever wanted to do. And now it's certainly a very, very different world. It is very costly to reconfigure these office buildings to residential, and you can start with the plumbing. From what I've been told, sometimes it's easier to change from residential to commercial because you already have the plumbing in place. And I certainly am somebody that understands that we could get something done with the 17.5%, and 17.5% of something is a whole lot more than 25% of nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mink.
I mean, ultimately, we're trying to make a comparison that's very difficult to make because we're comparing against an opportunity cost, and it's just hard to, it's just math that doesn't exist. And so I really appreciate the sunset being put in place so that we have an opportunity to go and compare. And I look forward to talking about that amendment also. My preference really would have been, again, to open up some kind of mechanism that would allow for some kind of negotiation as we move through this, but that moment has passed. And I do want to make sure that projects move forward, that the purpose of the bill comes to fruition. And it looks like as we consider, whether or not we're leaving too much on the table, that's going to be a conversation that we have retroactively. So I think I'm going to hold that part of the conversation till we get to the sunset one. And I think this certainly emphasizes how important that conversation is.
Councilmember Joando.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate Councilmember Balcom's point and Councilmember Mick's point about, one, the math doesn't exist. Even the 17.5% is kind of a number pulled out of a hat. There's no way to know what. The only way to know is to actually have a conversation and see pro formas and have some sort of engagement on it. That's really the only way to protect the taxpayer. Otherwise, it's just saying, here's what you got. I hope it works. And again, it's not against doing nothing in that. It's against how do we have some level of balancing. And I agree. I think we're just ending up on a different side of what the balance is. I don't know where 17.5 came from, but 25 seems reasonable to me given the cost. But that's where we are.
Thank you, Council Vice President Joando. I just wanted to give our staff an opportunity because I think there was a lot of thought that went into the 17.5. There were models run on looking at different percentages on at this, and I just wanted to give Mr. Ali an opportunity to talk about all the work he's been doing.
Thank you. No, it was a lot of fun. We ran a lot of models. We consulted with various experts, both at the planning department, who ran a lot of detailed models as well about existing qualifying sites, and they ran really detailed cash flow models that I utilized in my own analysis. Also spoke with members of the development community who shared some of their own pro formas. And between all of that and my own sort of analysis, I was able to come up with a few scenarios that I think generally captured the type of development that we think could happen here. And it's a high level. It's not meant to be, rigorous in terms of capturing every possible scenario, but landing on that sort of stick-built 5/1 multifamily building as our baseline. Just as an example, we were able to sort of test the difference in trade-off of the sort of feasibility metric of yield on cost and how increments of 2.5% of affordable, above and beyond above the 15% would change the pro forma, and then also how the affordability level would change that. And so we were able to measure that in terms of the change to yield on cost. And again, it's sort of more of a indication of the order of magnitude of change, more so than a scientific analysis, but it does provide some sense of the trade-off, which was, I think, accounted for.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I know you work very hard and have worked very hard, Mr. Ali, so thank you. My point being that obviously every site is different, every property is different, where in the county is going to be different. The project, depending on the project, if you've already approved for a project, you obviously had a pro forma in mind that you thought could work. Now you'll get this even if you might not need it. And so the idea is, what are we getting for that foregone revenue? I totally appreciate your point that, for example, like the Geico property, if they're leaving to move to a different headquarters, right, they will be vacant. That would be eligible under this.
I believe so, yeah.
Right. So like so they're not leaving because there wasn't anyone there. It was fully leased, but they're moving to a nicer place, which we're happy. Thank you, Geico. But then they will still own the building. Geico, or whoever owns that building, I think it's them. Okay. Yeah. So then they're going to be moving to a bigger place, and a place that's very desirable in Friendship Heights that could probably be filled with folks who want to be there because the market rent is very high and it's a desirable place. They could benefit from this to demolish or sell or redevelop that property there, right there, under this bill if it passed as is.
Yes, yeah. But they would be tied to the timeline as well that's required under the bill.
Again, I think something in a highly desirable office place, I don't know if that's something we would want to be incentivizing. But I appreciate the work that went into it. My point is that it's hard to nail down exactly what. And the basis of your pro formas is on, you used information from planning, is in large part based on what you think the returns would be, where the capital's coming from. What could you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, yes, yeah. I mean, we use sort of industry standards for what I would say is the metric of feasibility, in this case, the yield on cost. So when you have a cap rate in the market, which sort of measures the sale price of net operating income for multifamily buildings, you want roughly 100 or 1 percentage point above that as a metric for feasibility. And so the question was, does our analysis show with the pilot, do they achieve that? And that's sort of a minimum standard. And I would just say that that's slightly different than the profit margin, because those are sort of assumed elsewhere in the pro forma, right? Like different developers will have different construction costs, different relationships with builders where they may have lower or higher labor costs depending on the situation. They may already own the material, they may already own the land. And so the yield on cost reflects all of those profit margins that are within the pro forma already, and they're different for different developers. So the yield that we target is sort of the minimum that's just what anybody is trying to achieve, and you don't really necessarily attempt to achieve more than that because your profit margin is not your yield on cost. It's the sort of cost savings that you're getting from or the revenue that you're generating from your building more so than that minimum yield, which is the baseline metric in my pro forma.
I appreciate the work you've done and appreciate the caveats as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Albanaz.
Thanks. Just going to state the obvious here. Clearly, we need affordable and deeply affordable housing units, but we need housing units of all shapes and sizes to address many of the needs that we're facing right now, which will have a positive net effect if we have more places for people to go, people to be able to downsize to, people to start their first home in. So it really creates a positive cascading effect.
Thank you. Councilmember Mink.
Okay, appreciate the work and the analysis that went into coming up with the number, and also acknowledging that this is just not, that again, we're working with numbers that are kind of out in the ether to some extent, and also that we're giving up the negotiating them on the beforehand. I'm going to again put all my eggs in the Sunset basket and shift to having that discussion when we get there.
Yeah, can we just
and I'm going to
vote on
withdraw
this?
my second
Thank you.
on this amendment.
All right, so we have a withdrawal of the second on this amendment. So I think this amendment then is done. All right. Moving forward, then, Councilmember Sales, since the amendment on the 25% was done.
I'm going to fight it out all afternoon. No, I'll withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
Much gratitude for moving us along. Appreciate everyone. And I appreciate our representatives from WSSC who are here waiting. So then we're on number 3, and this goes back to Council Vice President Juwando and the prevailing wage requirement.
Great. I'll be quick and clear here. We're giving a subsidy to developers because it's something that we want to see happen. If this bill were to pass, we just talked about the affordability. This is about who's building it. And similar to how when we build schools and we had discussion about this or other places and we put in public money or forego public money, I think the folks that are working on these projects should be paid the prevailing wage or better.
Second.
And so that would be moving that amendment, recognizing the dignity of work for these folks.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second by Councilmember Sales. Councilmember Lukey.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a lot of concerns about doing this and sort of the intrusion into the private market. We certainly want to encourage it, but I don't think we should be putting obstacles up when, in fact, the whole point of what we're doing is to try to incentivize this type of development. And you know, in terms of schools, we've had case example here where we've had multiple discussions this year where MCPS didn't use prevailing wage, right? So that's not even a constant in our schools. It is something we do as county government, though. We want to make sure, because builders have choices, that the choice they're making is Montgomery County. And the success of this depends on private industry, private developers coming in to do this work. We cannot increase our supply, and therefore we cannot increase more affordable housing without developers choosing to be here. And we've already had plenty of other challenges that have gotten in our way and reason why things are stalled in the pipeline. I don't want to add an impediment in this bill that would reduce the efficacy of the action we're trying to take. So with that, I would oppose the amendment.
Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. I will also agree with Councilmember Lutke. I will oppose this amendment. We're talking about private land. This is an incentive to ensure that we're moving forward projects that will create more housing, that will update their stormwater management, that will activate places in the entire county. I think we have a problem as I'm going to say it, as a government sometimes, that we overregulate every single thing, and at the end we get nothing. And I think this is going to be one of the examples for that. On public land, I'm all for it. MCPS, park and planning land, but this is not what we're talking about here. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mink.
Acknowledging that it's really important. There's a lot of benefits to having prevailing wage and to providing those benefits to our labor force, that there's downstream economic benefits as well. Also acknowledging that we want these projects to move forward. Wishing that I had time to have more information about how this could impact it in both directions. I don't have time, so I'm going to abstain from this one.
All right, not seeing anyone else. All of those in favor of the amendment of requiring PLA, prevailing wage requirement, please raise your hand. I have 2 for that. All those opposed? I have, 8 and 1 abstaining. Thank you. Making me, gosh, I had to talk to finance about their report. Now you're making me do math here. Okay, next we're on to sunset, and this is Council Vice President Jawando.
Thank you. Yeah, we're sunsetting. We're getting home, coming home here. So there was as was introduced, it would have gone on in perpetuity. The Econ Committee, I think, wisely decided to set some limit on this bill of 10 years. Although the agreements that are entered into prior to the sunset maintain. I just think we had a little bit of a discussion about that earlier with finance, about how those compounding, even so as whatever's done, it keeps going, which would remain for the full pilot period, which is now 20 years. I'm recommending a shorter period here, which is, again, another fiscal control. It also allows us to give some data. In the Bethesda Minor Master Plan, for example, we removed the cap. And we're looking at a 5-year implementation to just see what's going on. I think this is another way. Again, we could always extend it, say it's the best thing since sliced bread, or hold on, we need some controls, or we need another program. I think it's a prudent step to do it at 5 years, but also still very appealing for people that if you get in the 5 years, you've got it for the whole time. So I think it just allows us to have a quicker review. Well, it won't be me, but somebody. Okay. So I would move that sunset to go to 5 years.
I have a second. Councilmember Mink second, and you're up first. Councilmember Mink.
Okay, y'all. I think that I do think that this is a really important mechanism, and I don't know, and I appreciate the implementation of the 10-year. That does feel too long to me. The economic conditions, 4 years from now, hopefully, could be wildly different than what we're seeing right now, like wildly different, or not. And that's going to be important to know also. This is, it's an opportunity to ensure that we come back and check in and really do a deep dive and an analysis on the impact that's happening, which again, I wish we were able to do now, but one, there's a time constraint because we're trying to get this done. I understand that. But two, because we don't have the actual data, right? So we will have some data in a few years. Now, whether 5 years is the right amount of time, I understand the questions around that also, because we have to get to occupancy. And as the council president noted, that can be, that's a couple of years there. So, but again, I don't know that I don't think that we need 10 years. So I would propose a friendly amendment to the amendment of shifting it to 7 years to add on that couple of years additional time for occupancy, recognizing again that yes, it's retroactive. I understand all the points that the council vice president made, but I do think that with every year that this goes on, we are adding potentially an opportunity cost. And we're going to better understand that a few years from now. I think we're going to be able to start to understand that before 10 years from now. My hope is that this goes awesome and that we're really able to see tremendous benefits and that we're going to be extending this and continuing to grow the amount of office to residential conversions. That would be my hope, obviously. But I think that it would make a lot of sense for us to have as early a check-in period as we think we would be able to have valid data to assess and to ensure that the council, whoever they may be at that time, and the county executive are forced to have that reckoning. I also see a benefit in encouraging developers to get in now and get it going. I see a benefit there as well to shortening the time period there. So I'll second the amendment, but I would ask that we amend it to 7 years.
I'll ride with the person who got me on the train.
Okay. So the amendment before us is now 7-year sunset as opposed to what was amended in committee to 10 years. Councilmember Sales.
Yes. I introduced the 10-year sunset. That doesn't preclude us from evaluating the project's success or the program. Before that, it just amends, how quickly we can stop the program, the option to stop the pilot at 10 years or actually sunset it. So I'm open to 7 years. If that will incentivize developers to get in quicker, I would be open to supporting 7 years.
Thank you. Councilmember Balcom.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Councilmember Sales for proposing the sunset in the joint committee. It makes sense. It's a complex program, and it really makes sense to take a look at this, give the program a chance to work out the kinks, and it was a unanimous recommendation, and I continue to support the 10 years. So for me, the issue is the commercial real estate industry right now is in flux. And we know, for instance, that it's a 19% vacancy rate now. Throughout, when the Economic Development Committee studied it, we heard anecdotally that, and talking with a lot of brokers, there's an edge out there, there's a cliff out there in terms of increased vacancies. So every time a lease is renewed, we're hearing stories that the lease is taking less space. So for in one aspect, I think that 10 years, 5 years is too short. 7 years, I think, is too short. These real estate deals take a long time. Leases take a long time. And if there are, I accept the issue of if projects are going to happen, let's move them along and let's get them going. But the flip side is there are going to be properties that are on the bubble, right? They might be 60% vacant, they might be 40% vacant, and we're looking at, and those property owners are trying to make a determination about, do they keep this in commercial, do they keep it, or do they move to residential? And I think that we need to let the market help dictate what happens. And I think that having a 7 year, it's not enough time. That I think that 10 years makes sense to give this program a chance, only because of the complexity of these projects. They're complex real estate projects. even in the best of times, these projects take a very long time to determine. They have to come up with financing because the finance aspect is an important aspect too. So when you go from the idea in the owner's head of converting to actually going to site plan review, that's a long time. And so I'm going to stick with 10 years. Thank you.
Council Member Fanny Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. Is there somebody else waiting after me?
No, you're done.
Oh, beautiful. I will say. Oh, great. Don't do it. I will say, honestly, if you haven't made up your mind at this point, I will say a couple of things very quickly. I'm going to stick with the recommendation that Councilmember Sales gave in committee. I felt it was very smart of her, and it was right on target. And let's just please remember that all this work, just like rent stabilization, gets reviewed every year by the PHP committee. So we are tracking this. You don't need to say, oh, we need to have a sunset so we can, at 7 years or 5 years, so we can see what's been happening. No, we're looking at this on an annual basis. So I'm going to stay with it. Thank you, Councilmember Sales, for presenting this. I hope we can vote.
Yes, okay. All those in favor of the amendment, which is now a 7-year sunset, please raise your hand. I have 1, 2. All those opposed? That is 9. All right. Now I have a question about the next couple of amendments, given the what we did on the ZTA. So, Council Vice President Jawando.
Yeah, the retail amendment, I think I asked at the beginning of this, is not necessary since of what happened in the ZTA, so I will not be offering that amendment.
Okay. And Councilmember Sales, for your amendment, did we take care of everything in the ZTA on the retail piece?
Yes, that's fine.
Great. And now we have the for sale option. And so, Councilmember Sales, this was your amendment.
Yes, and so during the joint committee session, I introduced this amendment. We didn't have time to update the packet at the time with the correct language for this amendment, but there are a lot of residents who not only want affordable housing, but also want pathways to home ownership. We know that following the pandemic, rent stabilization was passed in this county because renters did not have the predictability of a mortgage. They couldn't lock in their interest rate like homeowners. And as we are thinking about incentivizing developers to build and to add to our supply, I wanted to include an option for sale affordability. And so for rental, I know that originally I had introduced the amendment for 30% of moderately priced dwelling units for a 20-year pilot at 60% AMI. We've already agreed that we're not interested in the 30%, but for sale, speaking with our development community and penciling out what would be most beneficial, we decided on 30% MPDUs split evenly with 60% area median income or less and 120% area median income or less for a 25-year pilot. This amendment ensures that we not only provide dense multifamily housing, but we also provide the options for people to build equity and to build intergenerational wealth by becoming homeowners. We know that we heard from quite a few people last night during our first public hearing about the health disparities that accompany not just homelessness, but poverty, impoverished populations. And to ensure long-term sustainability, to ensure we are getting the return on our investment long-term, we're building stable communities through home ownership options, and believe this is a good opportunity to do so as we are all working towards increasing our supply of all types of housing, not just rental, but also housing. And these are not deeply affordable. This is a workforce. 120% area median income. You know, I learned some things as well, because when I first introduced this during committee, I was still talking about 30% area median income and 60% area median income until I found out what those numbers actually meant. And so 60% area median income and 120% area median income is close to $100,000 that you need to make in order to purchase one of these homes that are built. But a 25-year pilot would, with the sunset of 10 years, would be beneficial for our developers to create home ownership opportunities with this legislation.
Do I have a second? Second. No. Councilmember Mink, second. I have Councilmember Lukey.
I think I'm a little confused about, like, I understand what you just explained and what the intent is, and certainly we do want to incentivize home ownership, and we have lots of other programs that we do in the county to try and get people into home ownership. Both the county does and the state does as well. Make that conversion from renters to owners, but is this a rent limit, or are you proposing that the tax credit go to someone else?
So the tax credit would still be paid by the homeowner, but would go back to the developer.
Okay, so I mean, and this is, I guess, a question for you. Yes, Councilor Gorzelak. Did I get it?
That was absolutely perfect, Councilor.
Rock on. All right. I know everybody's hungry and tired, but you deserve that. So my question is that, like when there's a property tax credit, and if you're not the primary homeowner anymore, like, so the credit goes to the owner of the building, and then if you're selling the unit, then you're not the owner anymore. And the credit goes to the original owner and the builder, right? So I'm confused about whether that's possible under state law.
So the way that the pilot would work is that there is the tax abatement shows up on the annual tax levy for that property. So whoever is the current at that time owner of the property would receive a tax bill that says 0 because the assessed amount was zeroed out. For the for sale option to work, and Councilmember Sell's intent is that abated amount would be in some mechanism, and ultimately this would be up to the executive to determine how it wants to implement, either by regulation or through sort of routine implementation of the law, how it might contemplate or effectuate the transfer of that tax abatement benefit to the developer, and that the intent of the bill.
Okay, and there's no state law issue there at all?
Not in terms of, it would probably presumably be by a separate side agreement or some sort of covenant that runs with the land. Right. So it would not be set forth in the pilot. So that's why the state enabling legislation doesn't touch on this.
And then I guess, so that was like the law question, and then there's the capacity question, right? Because that's this sounds somewhat cumbersome to administer, and do we have the capacity to do that?
Do you want to come back?
That would be a question for DH. I mean, ultimately, the pilots are implemented by DHCA and finance. And so presumably the capacity question would be best situated to them. They requested an additional FTE in the FIS, so presumably there would be additional FTEs requested, but ultimately that would be their decision. To backtrack to your prior question, just to make sure I understood, the state enabling legislation does permit a pilot when there is an interest subsidy, so something like an FHA loan or an MMP, something like that. So from a purely legalistic standpoint, a pilot could legally be implemented with a for sale option.
Okay. think that's good for now. I mean, I have concerns. I'm going to not vote for it, but I just thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to say thank you to Councilmember Sales. We had a good conversation. I appreciate you bringing this back to us, and would very much like to explore this in another vehicle moving forward. I think for this pilot, I feel like we're at a good place, but would like to explore a for sale option in a specific pilot that was for sale, because I think there are some complexities on how it would be actually administered, and would like to spend time hammering that out, but just very much appreciate raising that. So all those in favor of the...
I'm sorry, Madam President. So after this package passes, we will get into the regulations and how this will be administered and how the departments are actually going to fulfill what's laid out in this bill.
Potentially, 5224 already sets forth the regulatory mechanism for all of the pilots. I do not believe that 5224, as it presently stands, has any regulations. The WMATA pilot, 5224A, does have regulations attached to it.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All those in favor of the amendment for the for sale option, please raise your hand. That is 1. All those opposed? That's 10. We would not move forward with that amendment. I believe those are all the amendments that have been proposed. Are there any other matters before we move to a vote?
Nothing on staff.
All right. We did not amend this in full council. We have a recommendation that stands from the Joint Government Operations, Fiscal Policy, and Economic Development Committees. This is a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Madam President,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone has any comments. I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, Councilmember Glass.
Great. Thank you, Madam President. We're in a housing crisis, and Governor Moore has stated that the state of Maryland needs to build 96,000 units. And over the last 10 years, Maryland has underproduced at a rate of 5,600 units per year, meaning we're that short every single year. And having low housing supply and incredible demand to live in Montgomery County means that our housing value is now about $615,000 for the median single-family home. And I was not an original co-sponsor of this legislation because I had some serious questions, and those questions needed answers. First, I wanted to know why we only required 15% of units to be set aside for low-income residents, and why the proposed tax abatement would last for 25 years, especially when regional partners offered shorter abatements, and when the level of public investment, whether this level of public investment would help meet our housing goals. And those were important considerations that we have talked through throughout the committee and full council. And at joint committee, we made significant improvements. We increased the required percentage of low-income units from 15% to 17.5%. We decreased the length of the tax abatement from 25 years to 20 years. And we added a 10-year sunset to the bill so we can reevaluate it in the future. And the bill was improved. That's why I supported it in committee, and that's why I'll support it today. It's also important to note that there are a lot of people in our community who support this effort. I've been receiving emails since last summer when the attainable housing strategy was first proposed. And there was a lot of concern people had about attainable housing. And they wrote and shared those concerns with me, but they also said, quote, while the goals of affordable housing mix around the county are good and important, there are other options, such as conversion to office buildings that Washington, D.C. is now experimenting with. Another email said we should look into the use of vacant buildings for residential units. These vacant spaces to create residential living make sense without impacting already established neighborhoods. And one last email said, if you really want more housing stock, look at the areas already ripe for development or conversion, such as the former White Flint Mall property or any of the unused, underused office buildings. And so when we look around at other jurisdictions around the nation that are leading in this effort, be it Washington, D.C., Boston, or Seattle, they're leading in this conversion because they're supporting the conversions. We currently allocate about $169 million in our operating and capital budgets to build and support subsidized housing. And that funding largely goes to help, an example here, that funding largely goes to help a family of four that makes between $60,000 and $80,000 a year. A family of four making between $60,000 and $80,000 a year. But we have a housing crisis. So what about a family of four that earns $100,000 a year? They don't qualify for our programs right now. What about a married couple, both of whom are MCPS teachers with graduate degrees and step level 3, and they earn a combined $167,000. They don't qualify for subsidized housing, but they need housing. And so all of these efforts that we will be approving today help us create more housing for more people. And it's also important to note the fiscal impact statements that have been noted to not be correct for the bill that is before us. And we can take that up as we move forward, especially with the 10-year sunset. But in order to tackle the housing crisis for low-income and middle-class residents, and let me say that again, low-income and middle-class residents, we need more housing. And this amended legislation is better than what was originally proposed, and I'm proud to support it.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lutke?
Yes.
Councilmember Lutke votes yes. Councilmember Mink?
Yes.
Councilmember Mink votes yes. Councilmember Sales?
Yes.
Councilmember Sales votes yes. Councilmember Friedson?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedson votes yes. Councilmember Glass?
Yes.
Councilmember Glass votes yes. Councilmember Katz?
Yes.
Councilmember Katz votes yes. Councilmember Albornoz?
Yes.
Councilmember Albornoz votes yes. Councilmember Fani Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Fani Gonzalez votes yes. Councilmember Balcom?
Yes.
Councilmember Balcom votes yes. Councilmember Jawando?
No.
Councilmember Jawando votes no. Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart votes yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our staff for all their work. Thank you to finance and everyone who helped us in this conversation. Next, we have introduction of bills. We have agenda item 3, which is the introduction of Bill 11-25, Child Care Coordination Amendments. The lead sponsor is myself at the request of the County Executive. A public hearing is scheduled April 29th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Ms. Wellens, do we have anything we need to speak to on this?
Just to add, Madam President, thank you. It's a relatively straightforward bill. It does two things. As you mentioned, it's at the request of the county executive. It would eliminate the child care and early care education officer with the rationale that it's no longer a needed position. And then in addition, it would eliminate the early childhood coordinating council because the duties of the council have been transferred to the early care and education coordinating entity under prior legislation, Bill 42-21. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This bill is introduced. Agenda item 4 is a work session on the WSSCWater FY 26-31 Capital Improvement Program. I'm going to thank profusely our representatives from WSSC for bearing with us this morning. Commissioner Bayonet's here. We have our commission chair, Foster. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you enjoyed the beginning conversation and got to see our work. Ms. Zolotchenko, I will turn it over to you. Oh, for apologies, I will turn it first to Chair Glass, Chair of the T&E.
Thank you very much, Council President. Appreciate WSSC being here and the members of the board as well. What we have before us is a $4.8 billion request, which is a decrease of $1.8 million in the approved CIP. There are 5 new projects that are included. One is the Fraley Farm West Water Main, and then the other are informational projects, including important items like the lead reduction program, the PFAS management strategy, the master planning and facilities planning and investment program, and the high influent infiltration basin rehabilitation. There are a lot of other issues to discuss in the future, particularly and especially the long-range financial planning and affordability issues. We've had that discussion here, but it will continue. And with that, I yield back, Madam President.
Great, thank you. Mr. Lachenko?
Yeah, we have WSSCWater staff here to answer questions. I think it's important to note that while the 6-year total is about the same, as Chair Glass noted, there are several new projects that are in there. Those were funded through reallocations from other projects in the CIP. So that's certainly one factor. Another item of interest that has been of interest to the council is there is also work within the one of the other information-only projects to restart a metering infrastructure upgrade project. This project was in the CIP for many years, but was pulled out around the time of the pandemic for mainly fiscal reasons. It is back, and that project has a lot of implications both on the operating and the capital side, and in terms of customer information regarding potential high bill issues, which the council is familiar with, and also just generally providing more real-time or near real-time data to customers and to WSSCWater in maintaining their system. So I did want to note that initiative it's not its own project, but it's within an umbrella project. Otherwise, we have a lot of ongoing reconstruction work in the CIP, which is where the bulk of the money is. But there is, as Chair Glass mentioned, the master planning and facilities planning investment project. That's really a placeholder project with a lot of planning work ongoing as WSSCWater is revisiting its priorities for the next 6 years. So that project will fill out over time with projects. So that's partly where some of the resources went from some of the existing projects was to that going forward. As Chair Glass mentioned, we also have the annual issue of addressing WSSCWater's affordability issues and long-range financial plan. We'll discuss that in a bit more detail with regard to the operating budget in the committee later this month, and then at the council in early May. But just to note that long-range financial plan does take into account the proposed WSSCWater CIP before the council today. And with that, I'll yield back to see if there's any questions for me or for WSSCWater folks that are here.
Great. Did we have a presentation or no? Okay, no. Okay.
There
was one in the packet.
Right. The T&E committee did receive a presentation. Right. That presentation, the slides for that are in the packet.
And they're the same?
Yes.
Yes. Excellent. All right. Anyone have any questions? I am not seeing any. I just want to extend my thanks to all of you for all of your work and understanding how important the WSSC CIP really is, and in terms of the making sure that we have the infrastructure for our region and particularly for our county, for our residents. As we have said before from this dais, making sure our residents have access to water, clean water, and we taking care of our sewage is one of the basic things we need to do. So just really appreciate all the work that you are doing at this time and look forward to continuing the process as we go through the budget. So thank you very much. All right. We will now move on to action on a resolution to approve the comprehensive solid waste management plan from 2025 to 2023, going backwards, from 2025 to 2034. The Transportation and Environment Committee recommends approval with an amendment. I will turn it over to Chair Glass.
Thank you, Madam President. The county solid waste plan is required to be reviewed and updated every 3 years. And the current plan was approved by the council in October of 2021. And as noted, the T&E committee on March 24th did unanimously recommend approval with changes. And I made an amendment that was supported by colleagues that amend Section 534, the Resource Recovery Facility. It's important for all colleagues to note this. The amendment that we made says, quote, as the county evaluates options outlined in the finalized solid waste management system analysis, it will concurrently explore feasible waste diversion and disposal alternatives while advancing efforts toward the closure of the resource recovery facility, also known as the incinerator. And so the committee approved the plan with that amendment 3-0. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Lachenko, you want to give us the history? What are we doing here? Because there's been a lot of conversation about the RRF, other things as we're doing the budget. But can you just level set for, as Chair Glass just did, what's before us today?
Right, the plan before you today is more of a status plan of where things are now. There will be a lot of discussion coming up for the council with regard to future solutions for the disposal of waste. And that will ultimately take the form of an amendment to this plan again, but that would be at a future date. So this plan is intended to focus on what is in place now and the work that is ongoing now in terms of studying where we may go, but it's not defining what that solution is today. So that's very important. The other piece is a lot of this information as required by the state. It's a lot of data, a lot of updating, and as noted in the cover memo, this plan was sent to the state last fall. So between then and now, there's been more things that have happened and changed. So staff did work with DEP as well as with the Planning Department and WSSCWater to update other elements of the plan as needed. So those I would consider more technical updates. We didn't spend a lot of time on those in committee. Those are more just getting it factually updated and corrected, some errata, things like that. So those elements are also reflected in the April version of the draft plan, which is what this resolution today would approve. So we had those changes. We also had Council Chair Glass's additional language for that section of the plan that he already referenced. But other than that, that's about it at this point. But a lot more to come in terms of the budget discussion in the next 5-6 weeks, as well as further discussion of the long-range planning for the ultimate decision about how we're going to dispose of our waste long-term.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I am not seeing any questions on this. So we have a recommendation from the Transportation and Environment Committee. Those in favor of adopting this resolution, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Lachenko, for that work. Now we will have a briefing on the FY26 operating budget overview.
Okay, good morning. Given the time, Mr. Smith and I will try to limit our comments to only 1 hour.
It's actually afternoon, but that's okay. You need to change your remarks.
So Mr. Smith and I are excited to be here this morning on behalf of the entire central staff team, provide an overview of the executive's FY26 recommended operating budget, and highlight some of the big picture topics the council will need to make decisions on over the course of the next month and a half. And so we will jump right into it. Just beginning, we'll kind of go through the context, talk about the recommended budget, give a summary of the RESJ framework submitted with the executive's budget, talk about some of the fiscal policies, and then talk about the operating budget approach requested by the council president and some of the scenarios that we were asked to develop as part of this presentation. So to begin with, the executive has recommended an FY26 budget.
I'm sorry again, Mr. Howard. Can we switch what our monitors have? Because I'm looking at myself now to look at the PowerPoint.
Yep.
Okay.
We will get that.
Whenever
we will get that happening while
continue.
While we're talking. The executive's recommended budget is about $7.66 billion, an increase of 7.4% from FY25. Of course, the federal and state news and decisions have kind of shifted the focus of the county's outlook and the budget. And unfortunately, many uncertainties remain. On the federal side, we don't need to go into all that detail because you've heard it before, but federal workforce, federal economic policy, and then potential loss of federal funding are the big concerns. On the state side, they've been addressing and finished addressing partially yesterday a $3 billion budget deficit for this current year, which will result in different implications for the county in terms of some cost shifts as well as some potential options for revenue as well. And regionally, other local jurisdictions are also been faced with some structural budget deficits as well that they've been dealing with. And there's also been risk of some bond rating downgrades for some local jurisdictions. This slide, before we get into the details of the budget, summarizes the racial equity framework that the executive submitted as part of his budget. As in past years, the Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice prepared an operating budget equity tool to analyze all the department's budget submissions. They've moved away from a scoring system this year to a strengths and opportunities system. And so for each department, council staff analysts will be preparing information on that analysis to include as part of the committee's discussion. And also the different agencies have submitted RESJ statements along with their budgets as well, then we will include those as part of the council discussion. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Smith for the next group of slides.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. So with that, the executive submitted a budget to the Council on March 14th. And rather than going through all the details, we'll hit the high broad strokes that are in that budget. Again, for those watching at home, a lot of this is in the packet in more details. So one of the big strokes of the executive's budget this year is recommending, again, another supplemental and CPS property tax increase at 3.5 cents. That was also done in fiscal 24, and the council approved a 4.7 cent increase instead of the 10 cent increase recommended by the executive. That raises about $88.7 million new dollars for the budget, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. The executive also recommended a $168 increase to the income tax offset credit, totaling $860. That is a tax expenditure in the budget at $32.4 million, and we'll again talk about that in a few minutes. The executive recommended MCPS funding at close to $3.6 billion, a very large, greater than 50% of the county's total budget expenditures. This is a $256 million increase over the state maintenance of effort level. And again, during the committee's review, the council's review, they'll be discussed some more. The state solid waste charges were also increased in this budget, about $100 per resident or 105% per commercial properties, depending on their tonnage and their square footage. And that's going to fund ongoing expenditures, both for annualization costs, the resource recovery facility, as well as the material recycling and biological treatment facility. All of these are self-contained increases and expenditures in the Department of Environmental Protection budget, and Mr. Levchenko, who was just here a minute ago, will be talking about those at the T&E committee this Friday. But those are a part of the executive's recommended budget. And the executive also recommended several increases to fees, such as the water protection charge, 911 fees, community use of public facilities, rental fees, and as we just talked about, the WSSC rate fees. So council staff, out of considering all of these, each resident and each property owner receives a consolidated property tax bill that includes taxes, solid waste charges, and water quality protection charges. And so this table, which is also in the packet, helps to see how all of these increases, along with the assessment increases that most property owners are facing this year, how that will play out in the executive's recommended budget. The average residential property is seeing about a 6.6% increase in their assessments. Commercial properties are a little lower at 6.1%. And that's the largest driver in all property tax bills each year. Assessment increases drive most of the increase in cost for residents or property owners. The table also breaks down how the tax rate increased 3.5 cents, the ITOC credit for those that are eligible, and solid waste. As you can see, the solid waste fee is kind of eating up 60% of the executive's recommended ITOC increase. And again, as we noted in the packet, assessment increases or decreases drive most of these property tax bills. And so certainly if someone's not coming in at average, below or above, they will see greater or less than what we've demonstrated here. This chart helps us see the total tax supported increases over the last about 10, 15 years. As you can see, the county has experienced significant increases in our revenues and tax supported revenues for the last 4 years coming out of the COVID area, regardless of the property tax increases that were proposed in 24 or 26. And again, the 7.6% increase that's estimated for fiscal 26 includes the county executive's proposed tax rate increase, but without that, it would still be about 5.9%. 5.1%, or about 385 million new tax dollars to be used for expenditures. I think the most important thing, or what council staff thinks is the most important thing coming in this table, is that the expenditure or the tax growth expected in fiscal years 27 through 31 are significantly less than what we're seeing in 26, even with the tax increase. In total real dollars, we're going to see about $190 million annualized in terms of tax growth, which is about half of what's being programmed in new dollars this year. I'm going to go ahead and mostly skip this slide given our time because I've just talked about this, but the reality is our property taxes and income taxes over the last 4 years have seen significant tax growth. Property tax mostly under assessments, excluding the tax increase, both proposed in 26 and approved in 24. And income tax has been growing at a healthy clip coming out of the COVID era. Again, given the numbers I just talked about for the estimated tax revenues in 27 through 31, those are much less than what we see in the last 4 years. And certainly if they come in, excluding the comments that Mr. Howard just made about federal policy shifts and federal employment shifts, we will see a lot significant reduction in our revenues compared to what we have been seeing for the last 4 years. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Howard for the next set of slides.
So this next slide just is a summary of all the different agencies and the changes in the budget. And you can see while overall the tax supported budget is a 6.8% increase, there is some variation amongst the agencies in the proportion of that increase, with MCPS at the highest at about 8.8%. The college and park and planning just below 4%, and debt service was actually a decrease of 3% this year, which added about $13.8 million of additional room for expenditures in other agencies. This slide shows the different components for the different agencies, kind of breaking down where the changes come. For county government, you'll see, and we'll talk a little bit more about this in a minute, a lot of the change is due to compensation adjustments. Beginning with the annualization of last year's compensation increases that were approved, that takes up $18.9 million of budget room. The FY26 adjustments, FY26 new positions, and then you have about $37.6 million of proposed additions or enhancements net of new positions for county government that are recommended in the executive's budget. For MCPS, the majority of the increase is for the local contribution, $250 million, and there's about a $24 million increase in the non-county funds, primarily in state aid. This next slide shows the FY26 proposed pay adjustments for Montgomery County Government and MCPS, because it's the bulk of the spending of the different agencies. For the county government, the executive recommends general wage adjustments of 4.8% for police and PLS, or police management, 3.25% for firefighters and firefighter management, and 3.0% for McGeo non-represented employees and MLS. I will note that all the pay adjustments this year for general wage adjustments are scheduled to start in July. So unlike prior years, there's not going to be an annualization tail that moves into FY27. There's a proposed 3.5% service increment for all employees, as well as the performance-based pay for MLS and PLS. For MCPS, there's a 3.25% general wage adjustment in July for all the different employee bargaining units, as well as the standard service increment for MCPS employees as well, which varies a little bit based on employee union. So this next slide shows the cost of the FY26 pay adjustments, as well as the cost increases to pay for existing employee benefit levels. And as we've talked about before, government is a people-intensive business, so it's understandable that the compensation costs often represent a significant portion of yearly increases. For pay adjustments in FY26, the recommendations would cost $38.5 million for county government and about $123.5 million for MCPS. Benefit cost increases are also showing significant jumps in FY26, 27.8 million for county government and 93.6 million for MCPS. This does include the proposed pension shift for MCPS, but I want to highlight that group insurance cost increases are really the driver this year of the employee benefit pieces. And again, that's for current group insurance levels for existing employees. It's not an enhancement of group insurance benefits. And this last slide shows the percent increase in the executive's recommended county government tax-supported compensation costs from FY16 through FY26 compared to the 6-year projected annual growth rate. The tax-supported compensation growth rate in FY26 of 7.1% is more than 2 times the projected 6-year growth rate of 3.5%. The GO committee will receive greater detail and information of all aspects of compensation and benefit costs in their meeting on April 21st. I'll turn it back to Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I'll close out with fiscal policies and then the council president's approach and requests. So the county's fiscal policy help guide sustainability and throughout the years. And so for reserves, the recommendation or the policy level is 10% of adjusted governmental revenues. Fiscal 25 revised is coming in at about $906.6 million or 13.5% of that level. Much better than what was expected when the budget was approved in fiscal 25 or 2024. And then fiscal 26, as recommended by the executive, it's going to come in at $791 million or about 11.2%. The reduction is due to the executive's recommendation of using about $115.6 million in reserves to fund ongoing expenditures in the recommended fiscal 26 operating budget. And so the council will be looking at that throughout their time in committees. Quickly on the few other fiscal policy items, the Revenue Stabilization Fund, which is a component of the county's reserves, similar to the last couple of years, the council will consider language to approve a budget resolution so that the Revenue Stabilization Fund does not exceed the 10% policy level due to interest and other mandatory contributions. The spend and affordability that the council approved in February, the county executive exceeded that in terms of the aggregating operating budget by $83.9 million. And should the council approve the executive's operating budget as is, it will be an 8-vote budget. OPEB is in line with policy, and which is not much to talk about there, but again, the policy aligns with the council's policy of this budget. And then compensation sustainability, Mr. Howard just spoke about, but we're seeing compensation for the last few years greater than 2 times of what the annual 6-year revenue growth is. And finally, the council has been looking at this the last couple of fiscal years in terms of structural deficit. This year is much less than what was estimated last year, primarily due to the fact that annualization costs for compensation are not going to have as big of a tail as Mr. Howard said, because they're starting in July, and MOE costs are not as high as what we expected because of enrollment projections. The biggest driver of this is the use of reserves and one-time revenues for ongoing expenditures, and based on the available resources in 27, council staff estimates that the structural deficit going into 27, should the council approve the budget as is about $57 million. The council president shared a memo with you all, and we've forwarded it to department directors and council staff to focus on transparency and flexibility to this budget, primarily due to the ongoing federal instability and understanding what's going on there, as well as to some of the state stuff that's come into focus. So similar to other themes, the state has come into focus over the last 24 hours since we've written this packet and since the council president has sent this memo, but nonetheless, those realities of needing flexibility are still there. We'll look at the different tax rate decisions in a couple of minutes that the council president asked us to do. And so the committees will be looking through this budget to identify potential reductions for flexibility. But unlike the last couple of years, the committees will be making recommendations based on the executive's budget. Should they approve or recommend for approval of the executive's budget as is, it'll go to council and not go on the reconciliation list. The reconciliation list will include reductions that the council committees have identified or additions that are not included in the executive's recommended budget. And as always, the fiscal 26 compensation adjustments and nonprofit inflation rate adjustments will be considered by full council as opposed to committees. So I'll go through this quickly. We did 3 scenarios. 2 of them actually have tables because the third one's a little different. So given the recommended supplemental MCPS tax increase of 3.5 cents, that's clearly one major policy item before the council in this. As noted in the packet, the council can approve 3.5 cents, can approve more than 3.5 cents, can approve less than 3.5 cents. But we picked 3.5 cents because that is the recommendation from the executive as the macro. The second scenario is that plus ITALC. As I'll explain in a minute, the income tax offset credit is an expenditure, and so by approving the executive's recommendation, it is like a program budget. You're adding expenditures to the budget, and the final one is reserves. So the overall macro changes, if the council does not approve the 3.5-cent MCPS supplemental increase, is $88.7 million. Given, rather than picking numbers, we did proportional costs across the agencies that the council could reduce. The college is not included because it is at state MOE, and so we cannot reduce their budget this year. And so amongst the three agencies, if the council wishes not to approve all of the 3.5-cent tax increase, this is one scenario illustratively that the council would need to reduce each of these agencies by this amount to achieve that savings. Certainly the council could shift it around differently, but that would be one way to do it proportionally. Under scenario 2, it's only $56.4 million the council would need to find because $32.4 million in savings would be achieved by not approving the ITALC increase that the executive recommends. Now that would be less of a tax credit for residential properties, but it would start savings immediately for the council, and so the proportional reductions would be that much less. And again, as we said, certainly if the council doesn't want to do all the 3.5 cents, that's what it would look like. But if it does part of that, these numbers would change, and the council staff can update them as we move forward. And finally, the council president wanted us to look at reserve scenarios. There's no tables for this because every dollar saved in the budget goes into reserves for next year. And so certainly any funding that's required for the state shifts would add to the overall gap, so to speak. Any savings found that would go towards reserves. Currently, the reserves are estimated to be at $791 million, as I noted. 76.1 of that is the undesignated fund. So that's the portion that the council would increase during this budget should they find savings and not approve additional expenditures. And as context, currently there's $249 million estimated in federal direct funding, but not all tax supported in this budget. Most of that's MCPS. Should any of it or all of that disappear and the council want to continue to fund that, that would be a draw on reserves. Secondly, during the Great Recession, we wrote down tax-supported revenues by $502.5 million over 4 fiscal years. As context, one of the largest ones was in fiscal 10, which was about 6.6% of our estimated revenues, and then in fiscal 26 that'd be almost $400 million write-down in 1 year. Currently, all those numbers are less than $791 million total. But certainly if the council needs to use reserves to fund any of these scenarios in the future, as much as they're extremes, the council would then need to have expenditures later on to refill those reserves back to the 10% policy goal. So understanding the time, we will end here, turn it back over to the council president and see if the council has any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I very much appreciate the staff, OMB, finance. As we know, as we've been saying, this is a budget year like we've never had before. There are a lot of things that we're going to need to be considering. Thank you for the presentation. Again, all the details are online. We begin our committee sessions. Actually, I think ENC is the first one to start this week. Tomorrow, we will go through each of the committees will go through their departments. Budgets, and we are really asking this year to have the committees think about what reductions they would like to see on the reconciliation list. Just because a reduction gets on there doesn't mean it's going to be cut, but we want to make sure that we're having conversations that are transparent and everyone understands the pulls and takes of what our decisions are going to mean over the next couple of weeks. So I will turn it first to Councilmember Albernas.
Thank you, Madam President. So, geez, I don't even know where to start. It's a sobering report, obviously. I'm going to ask for a follow-up meeting individually, one-on-one, like as soon as possible, because there's no way we're going to be able to get to everything that we need to get to in the next however long we've got. So I guess we have to start forecasting worst case scenarios. So right now we're at about 4.5% unemployment. During the recession, we got to around 14%. And what that would mean for the operating budget. And I think we should, as I know everyone agrees, start planning for the worst now so that if there is the need for a mid-year savings plan, if the reductions continue to go into effect at the federal level, what that will mean for us financially. And as we've heard from our colleagues in Annapolis, they are going to be reconvening in the fall. And so their budget was basically a to-be-continued budget. And obviously, we're still processing what came out of Annapolis in the last 24 hours. So, and I also, in preparation for the meetings that I'm going to have with you guys one-on-one, I want to better understand the salary and compensation packages that have been negotiated over not just this year, but the previous 3 years. And there has always been a debate or question about step increases and trying to make up for step increases that had not been honored during the recession and other negative points. So I'm definitely going to want a deeper dive on that so that we understand the various scenarios. And while I 100% agree with the process that we are going to follow through the committee structure in terms of reductions, as we all know, the reductions involve personnel. And so it's not as simple as reducing a program because you're reducing a person to go along with that program. And so there are marks that we will try to hit, but it's also compounded by the fact that there were a number of programs that were initiated during COVID with federal funds that are now permanent programs and that were new to this year's operating budget, and we just have to figure out how that will work with looming potential reductions proposed for next year's operating budget. And I also think I prefer the process as laid out by the council president because there was great frustration by stakeholders last time around when we passed things unanimously in committee, added a whole bunch of stuff to the reconciliation list, the math didn't add up, and then in the end, people were left wondering what the heck happened and very frustrated about it. And so obviously those are things that we're going to have to tackle as much on the front end as we possibly can, which will mean very painful decisions in committee. And it is going to be what it's going to be, but we have to sort of acknowledge that. I'll just put out there, I've been stating this, I'm very skeptical of tax increases right now in our current environment. We'll obviously have to go through this respective process, but we're going to have to pick least worst options at this point going into next year with so many unknowns. So those are all comments. I'll have more definitive questions when we meet in person soon. But thank you. I yield back to you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilmember Albanaz. And given you were with our county government during the Great Recession, I know you've harkened back to that time. I'm really looking forward to your leadership as we navigate these waters. Councilmember Balcom.
Yes, just to be brief. Councilmember, thank you, Councilmember Albanaz, for bringing up the issue of our process and the transparency of the process with our community. They get excited when it goes through committee, and then at the end of the day, it's cut. And so I think that we just have to have discipline when we do this. So I appreciate Council President laying out this process, and I appreciate Councilmember Albanaz bringing up the transparency with our community. I just have a question about when the county executive transmitted the budget to us, he talked about the likelihood of sending over amendments once we see what happens at the state. And I know that a lot is happening and that'll happen this week. So this packet is really fantastic, and it really lays out the dynamics of what the decisions that we have to make. Will you be updating this packet when we get those amendments? And are you assuming that we're going to get amendments soon? I should ask OMB on that. Sorry. Thank you.
So Josh Waters, Deputy Director for Office of Management and Budget. So we're meeting with the county executive later this week to discuss potential amendments. We're still evaluating what happened in Annapolis over the past 24 hours. Luckily, thanks to our delegation, we have more flexibility than we had 24 hours ago with some of the decisions that they made. So we'll be working with the executive this week, and we hope to have something over to council in the coming days.
Okay.
And from the council staff level, certainly as we get new information, big picture information, we'll be figuring out the right vehicle and format to share that with everyone, so we're all on the same page for things that have changed from what we put together just recently.
Great. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you. Very sobering presentation. And while it focused mostly on the tax-supported programming and revenue, what was missing were the fees. And the T&E committee is going to dive into those fees for a number of programs later this week. But have you run any numbers, or can you provide any overarching statements about some of the fees and what the decisions before us are if we do not make those fee adjustments?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So when the big picture, most of the fees are self-contained. So for example, with the solid waste fees, those are all within the solid waste fund. So the decisions will be, if you do not want to raise the fees as much as proposed by the executive, then you will need proportionally to do less. You will be able to do less within the Department of Environmental Protection's budget. So there's not a one-to-one relationship between the fees, changes in the fees, and other things happening in the tax-supported budget. It's kind of its own self-contained decision point.
And so just to follow up on that, if fees are, if we do not adopt the fees that have been proposed, is there another way to make up that difference, either in the operating funds, the general funds?
If you wanted to reduce the fees proposed for solid waste, for example,
let's use that as a perfect example,
and still fund it at the level the executive recommended, you would need to find operating dollars elsewhere in the budget and shift it over.
That's what we all need to hear. Thank you.
Councilmember Ming.
Appreciate this sobering conversation. And I wanted to make a request that that we make sure that we include, to the extent possible, breakouts of details from out of MCPS. So, for example, within their contracts, their unions made significant concessions in their healthcare conversations, and I think important to have that to give us kind of a full flavor of the picture that we're looking at. And also, given that the approach of the current board and MCPS leadership, which has provided, a very detailed spreadsheet and really encouraged us as a council to dive into that, and given that that followed a request by this council to provide that level of transparency, I want to make sure that we're able to take advantage of that. Obviously, we can't direct them, right, what to spend on, but they have invited us to comment on it, and that is, as we're talking about the transparency that we want to bring, I think that's an important piece of that.
Yeah, the breakdown of MCPS will be included both as part of the compensation and benefits discussion that the GO committee has, as well as the multiple discussions that the E&C committee is going to have on the MCPS budget.
Great, appreciate it. And then noting and appreciating also the work that we're going to have to do in committee to try to make sure that cuts are made transparently, and also that kind of transparency, the importance of bringing that when we come to the full council discussions as well. I think that's where a lot of the public took away that we were going to be funding things, within those full council votes, things that didn't get funded. It's a big budget, so it's hard to bring the level of transparency that we would all want, but I think that the process that the council president has laid out does provide for that, and so hopeful that we can make sure that we're approaching those cuts and conversations, including past committee at full council, and making sure that we are taking those difficult votes publicly as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Giwando.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. I know there's a lot of moving pieces. As was mentioned, in my role as chair of the Education Committee, we're going to start that tomorrow. We're going to have 4 sessions. The good news is we don't make a funding recommendation until the end, but we go over all the buckets. And so I will commit to the full council and to my colleagues, when we get new information, we will incorporate that into future discussions well before the April 30th session where we make our final recommendation. The other thing I wanted to mention, I wanted to thank the council president as well for the approach to the budget. Transparency is a huge issue for the community and for colleagues. And I've brought this up in past budgets, and I think the way we're going to have this flexibility and adding both additions and subtractions onto the rec list and that'll add a layer of discussion at full council that is needed. And it's always a challenge when the magic sauce happens of how that list becomes the final. And I think, that's always a challenge to try to make that as transparent as possible. But I certainly will do my best to be transparent about the things that I'm supporting on or off that list as we make difficult decisions. I did want to mention the income tax offset credit, which was in the chart. The increase, this is of 168 proposed by the county executive, which would take it to 860 for eligible properties, is a significant relief of property tax for residents, and it's also a progressive relief in the sense that if you have a condo or a house that's under 500,000, right around, you won't have any increase of property tax. Obviously, we have to consider that in the context of the fees, but there are some residents, if you have a $350,000 condo, where you get actually a property tax rebate under this proposal. So we need to make sure we're talking about that in the context of the fees. That said, I know there's a lot of anxiety around property tax increases. We just had a very lengthy discussion this morning about foregone property tax revenue, and so in the case of conversions. But this is an issue. We're losing jobs every day. We just as we were sitting here, the Supreme Court struck down one of the judges' rulings saying that the fired employees who were probationary had to be rehired. There's still another ruling out there, but so we know that this is going to impact us, and it is already impacting us in a significant way. Will continue to impact us. There's a balance there, though, right? We're going to have more need for services from residents that lose their job and income, and that's a state and a county issue. I think we're going to see an increase in the schools enrollment next year as a result of this, and I think we're going to have to deal with that as well. I did want to mention it is in the packet, but there's still a lot of details to be ironed out, as Finance mentioned. There was some flexibility. That's something I've advocated since I joined this council, for us to have flexibility in making our income tax not a flat regressive tax, but a more progressive tax, and to able to increase that rate. It's been at 3.2 for everybody for a long time. The state legislature passed a bill last night that will allow us to go to 3.3%. We have to see what those numbers are and factor that in. It's one of the many things that we're going to have to come back to. But there are potentially other options outside of the property tax to meet the needs of MCPS, which is a priority, my number one priority, but also of all of our other residents. So appreciate the briefing and look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friesen.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, more importantly, to staff. It's a Herculean effort for executive staff to put all of this together, and then a huge lift once it comes over to us for council staff to take this up. This packet was really informative, unfortunately very sobering, and it demonstrates the challenges that we have ahead. In some ways, this is going to be the easy budget, most likely, and this is going to be a very difficult budget. But when we look at what the likely budgets are going to be, where the economy is headed, where some of the challenges in our community are heading, what the state is already experiencing, where we are a lagging indicator of some of those dynamics in terms of our revenues, there are some real serious challenges ahead. I appreciate the work that is going to happen to figure out exactly all the puts and takes from the state budget that Mr. Waters talked about. We're going to need to, really do a deep dive into that and really understand what the dynamics are. At a high level, though, the structural deficit is something that we should be serious about, because the state's decisions, some of which have been deeply unpopular, are in many ways caused by a structural challenge that had been many years in the making. And we have similar structural issues here that we need to address, and we need to be serious about, and the time to address it was probably yesterday, but certainly we need to address it today, because we do not want to face the same challenges to have to make drastic decisions in order to fill a gap that is only going to get bigger. It's not going to get smaller as we face these fiscal challenges. A couple things in terms of takeaway here. The Great Recession, the note was the impact to the county in terms of revenues is $502.5 million.
That's correct. Over 4 fiscal years, we wrote down the approved revenues by 502.5 when they actually came in.
I think it would be helpful to take a look at that number based on the proportionality of the overall budget, because the budget at that time was between $4 and $5 billion, not $7.6 billion. And so if we look at it in terms of what the proportionate amount in terms of revenue loss was based on those revenues, I think that analysis will be important, because I think that will tell us what the real gap potentially could be based on the risk. So I would ask staff to handle that, but more or less it's more than 10%, over that period of time. It's not 10% in 1 year, but the revenue loss is, about 10% of it, annual operating was actually more than 10% for many of those years. I just think that would be a really helpful data point for us to understand. In terms of the $249 million in federal money that potentially could be at risk, do we have a detailed breakdown? I know the Office of Grants Management looked at this, and thank you to the Chair of the Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee and Council President for really pushing for that. But do we have a breakdown in this exact budget of that $249 million in a sense of what of that is potentially at risk for this fiscal year and what of it would potentially be at risk for future fiscal years, even if this year it's already encumbered, so to speak?
Yeah, so council staff work with OMB using Schedule C of where the revenues are of actual ones that are federal. So we can share the list pretty quickly. In terms of at risk, we would need to take some time we were just given a macro number. So we can definitely share with council the list of where those numbers came from. And then we can work with OMB and others to kind of get a sensitivity in terms of risk.
Yeah, I would ask that council staff and executive staff work together to come up with a reasonable expectation of what is at risk and not at risk, including what is at risk and not at risk this upcoming fiscal year and next fiscal year. We have the analysis from Office of Grants Management of the grants that have already, that we've already relied on that may or may not, come to fruition. But this is really about the expectation. Some of these federal dollars, $250 million in federal support, are just things that we expect to have, just like the school system expects to receive those revenues. We essentially bake that in and take for granted that the federal government is going to continue to provide the level of support and services at a baseline of what it always has. That has completely been sent into a tailspin because of the chaos that's happening in Washington, and I think we really need to have a clear sense of that. So those are my big pieces of this. I will just reiterate, hope is not a fiscal strategy. I say it every year. At this exact moment, I will repeat it here, and that is more true today than it has ever been at any time that I have ever said it. And the adherence to our fiscal policies and the sobriety that we're going to need in this budget is going to be more important than ever, because in many ways, as I noted at the top, the challenges that we're going to face into this year and into future years is probably more significant than the challenges we face right now. And the challenges we're facing right now are serious and significant. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilmember Sale.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the update. I won't say sobering since it's been used, but I will say depressing. Feels like deja vu. I'm thinking about all the people who are facing financial uncertainty, all the people who lost their jobs, a lot of the people who will be testifying to us over the next few days, and those who are going to be suffering in silence over the next few months and years, and the long-term impacts of these potential tax increases. I remember when we first passed the tax increases, and people didn't feel the hit until they got their tax bill months later. And so with so much uncertainty, I am extremely hesitant to assess another tax fee with so much fiscal uncertainty. I'm hoping that the budget that we finally reflect on will reflect our values and protect our residents, especially those who are most vulnerable. I remember in my first year when I saw the first budget, I asked our executive director, our former executive director, to send over recommendations to a request to our departments to find a 10% decrease in their budget. It was largely ignored. So I've sent over another memo, and I appreciate our council president creating a more organized approach to this year's budget, and hope that we are just very cognizant of the people who are testifying about the needs and so many competing needs within the budget. I did have a few follow-up questions. On page 1 of the staff report, I know that the county is expected to receive $249 million in annual funds from the federal government. Have we taken those into consideration if we don't get those funds?
And that was kind of the third scenario of if we didn't get those funds or some portion of those funds and the county decided that they needed to fill that gap, that's additional resources that would either need to be shifted in the budget or would need to come out of reserves, potentially depending on when it happens, how it happens, and all that kind of stuff. And if reserves do go below the 10% level, then we need to build those back up over the next 3 years. So then the reserves, that becomes an expenditure in a future year's budget.
Okay. And then the $400 million from the Department of Education, do we know what impact that is to Montgomery County yet?
Not exactly. Last we heard, MCPS was still working on that and trying to figure out what the implication for them would be. I think the initial assessment was a smaller amount, in the $1 to $2 million range, but the chair of the E&C committee is nodding at me, so I think that's generally correct, but we need final confirmation.
Thank you. And yes, I know Councilmember Glass mentioned the fees. I know that during the first government shutdown under this administration, we suspended fees for certain displaced employees. Will we consider scenarios if we explore that option, whether it's the community use of public facilities, as some recommended, or recreation fees?
We would have to look into what mechanism was used to do that in the past to figure out how that could work potentially going forward. I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Councilmember Lukey.
Thank you, Madam President. And I've been noting the different words that everybody was saying as their taglines, and I made a strong note that Lorianne did not say, sobering again, all of which are very, very true. And for me, the word is restraint, and the need for it, along with all of the other things that my colleagues have said, is to be incredibly careful and cautious in what we are doing. Understanding, as Councilmember Friedson said, all the puts and takes that have to happen, but also understanding impacts. And for the past 2 budget cycles, this has been a recurring theme, and it's, and everybody has noted that the way the reconciliation list has worked in the past hasn't been the most transparent, and it's very hard for people to make difficult choices boldly during committee hearings. And yet that's exactly what the moment calls for, and calls for us to be very, very realistic about what we can afford. And there were a great many things in the first budget year that I was here for the FY24 budget that where we were told that these were things that were going to be stepping down that were COVID related things, and instead they've just increased, and we can't sustain that. So we have two things happening at the same time. We have things that we can't sustain based on our incoming revenues over time, plus what's happening at the federal level that's disrupting the economy and disrupting our way of life, right? And those two things have now collided. And the only way to get through this is to do so very carefully, very prudently, very realistically, and with great restraint. We must do that for the sake of all. I do have a question. I know that over the last 6 years, let's say, so taking a little snapshot of pre-COVID and then time post-COVID, the budget has grown at a percentage rate every year that far exceeds the inflation rate. Is that right?
I would say probably on average, yes. In some years we've had large inflation rates, but I think on average that's correct.
Right. We had a pocket during the pandemic where all the inflation. Yes, absolutely. But sort of, I'd be very curious to see when was the last time when our budget growth was within, let's say, 0.2, 0.3% of the inflationary rate. Would love to know that question, the answer to that question.
Happy to follow up on that.
Because to the point that Councilmember Friedson made about we have structural challenges that we need to deal with, that the state had to deal with, this is why. And we got to meet the moment, and we've got to meet the moment now. With respect to the $249 million in federal funding and wherever MCPS is right now, I am assuming that that number or that total does not include the announcement that came out about a week ago that the feds have decided they're not going to reimburse the State Department of Education, which in then turn comes out and reimburses our local school systems or LSSs. And I don't know what the impacts of that are yet or will be to each local school system.
Yeah, that does not include that number, but that's the number that we think preliminarily for MCPS we think is going to be in the $1 to $2 million range. So will not be potentially as bad as it could have been.
1 to 2 million out of the 249 million, or 1 to 2 million out of the 300 million that the feds are saying they're not going to give the state
out of
now?
the 300 million that they're not going to give the state.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay, Councilmember Katz.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I think, first off, thank you all very much for all your hard work, and thank you, Council President, for laying out the ideas of how we're going to be doing this. But I think we always need to keep in mind that the dollars that we talk about for a budget come from our businesses and our neighbors. And we have to keep that in the back of our minds all through. And of course, we're talking about the potential for a property tax rate change, as well as an income tax change. And and obviously we're going to need to discuss all of that. But one of the things for the income tax change is that it would be for the people with the highest tax brackets. I think it's over 500,000 or whatever it is brackets. And I would like to know, and if you can, and I know it's tough to predict anything, but I would like to know if something like that were done, and I'm using the term if, it's very large, but if something like that were done, can you predict how many of the high earners would declare many times they have two residences. They have one here, and they have one in Florida, they have one in Delaware, wherever they also have a home. But if they decided to declare that other residence as their main residence, then how much would we actually be getting if we did something like that, and how much would we be losing by doing something like that? I know it's tough to predict, but I think it's something we have to have that discussion. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, and thank you to all my colleagues. As we said, I wouldn't say this is the beginning because I feel like we've been talking about budget now for a while. We always are talking about budget, but these are excellent questions that have been raised that we will continue to have the conversation and just really appreciate all the staff work, all the work from OMB and Finance. So thank you. To be continued. Our seventh item is our consent calendar. Councilmember Friedson had a request before we move it.
Yeah, I just wanted to note item 7, since we just talked about the consent calendar includes a number of items, including implementing the county executive's budget, which includes a tax increase, includes the ITOC, includes the labor agreements, a number of other aspects of this. This is done as a matter of course. In particular, item 7C requires the county council to put forward a resolution and specific language in there. In that resolution, which I'm not going to vote against, even though I don't support the tax increase, the language that the state requires us to use reflects the intention of the county council to consider increasing the real property tax rate for the general fund above the FY25 real property tax rate. And I just want to note and be very clear that I am voting, and I'm sure others, likely feel the same way. I am voting as part of the county council to allow for a public hearing based on our consideration of this, noting the fact that I have already stated that I am not going to support the county executive's proposed tax increase. But I just want to be very clear. The reason why it's stated this way is that that's how state law requires it to be published, and I just wanted to make sure that that was reflected as part of the approval of that item. It's approval of the public hearing to consider it, not necessarily the county council's proposal. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you for that clarification. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Council Vice President Joando, Councilmember Lukey, seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Perfect. That is unanimous. We have folks here for our Arab American Heritage Month proclamation. I believe the county executive is here. I saw him. So before we go on recess, we are going to do that proclamation, and then we will be in, after the proclamation, we will then be in recess and begin our public hearing at 1:45. So I will now ask those who are here for the Arab American Heritage Month proclamation to stay. Good to see you. Thank you, everyone who's coming up for the proclamation for Arab American Heritage Month. Just as a reminder, Arab American Heritage Month was officially recognized here in Montgomery County by Executive Doug Duncan in 1999. And today we continue honoring the long-standing tradition by gathering and celebrating Arab American heritage and culture. As we know, the Arab American community spans 22 countries and countless traditions. Is it a vibrant part of our county and our shared identity here in Montgomery County? From the family-owned businesses that anchor our local economy to the compassionate and high-quality healthcare services for the uninsured provided by Muslim-run clinics, Arab Americans exemplify the spirit of resilience, generosity, and civic engagement that define Montgomery County. Unfortunately, we also know that many in our Arab American community and in our Muslim community are the victims of discrimination, Islamophobia, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim bigotry. And that remains a toxic force in our county and unfortunately has been increasing. And so we do these proclamations and we come together because we want to push back and say this doesn't happen. We do not want this here in our county. That we are standing together in support of each other and pushing back against the hate. And so today we celebrate Arab American Heritage Month, and we do it all year round to reaffirm the core values that make our county a beacon of inclusion and a place where every voice is heard, where we categorically reject hatred and discrimination in all its forms, and where we don't just tolerate diversity, we celebrate diversity and inclusion as our greatest strength. So thank you for joining us today, and now I'm going to turn it over to the county executive.
So I'm going to thank you also for being here. It's really important that we do these events, particularly in times like these, when there's certain political leadership at a certain level that would like everybody who's not doesn't look like me to disappear. It's important to recognize that you're all still here, and we're all standing together today. the Arab American community, the Muslim community have been very important to Montgomery County. You play a major role in lots of institutions here. You don't go to NIH or FDA, or you don't go out in the business world. And you can't do that and not be aware of the role that many people play in our community. And we want people to continue to feel safe and to want to be here in Montgomery County. We understand the concerns people have over changes in immigration law. I've had people talk to me as recently as today about having their phones looked at coming back from, and they're American citizens having their phones looked back from coming back overseas. And I can only imagine what kind of fear people would have if you're from an immigrant community and you're allowed to be here, but maybe you texted something that somebody decides wasn't appropriate or wasn't sufficiently supportive of the president, that you could put yourself in jeopardy. It shouldn't be like that. So we want to reassure people. We'll continue to do these kind of events to make sure that all communities, including this community, feel that this county is welcoming. We encourage you to be successful here. We want you to participate in the things we do, and we're continuing to be willing to be out front and be very open about our support for the community. We don't want to fade into the background and say we support you and do nice, quiet things, and it doesn't necessarily resonate or people don't notice. We want people to notice that we're supporting and positive about our community here. We're going to continue to support you, and we want you to continue to thrive in Montgomery County. You're part of what makes us whole. You're part of what we talk when we go abroad, and we've done some economic development missions, and we talk about this county. We talk about the everybody who makes up Montgomery County, and it really is everybody. And it's something that other cultures actually appreciate. So it works for us in an economic sense, but it really works for us in a moral and social sense. And that's the most important doing this. We do this because it matters, and we know it matters to you. And if it matters to you and your friends, it matters to us as well. You are welcome. You play a big role here. Keep doing what you're doing. This council will continue to stand with this community. Thank you.
I just want to recognize that we have our state delegate, Greg Wims, with us, which I just very much appreciate, especially given what a late night or early morning you had. So thank you, Delegate Wims, for being here. And next, I'm going to turn the mic over to Samira and just thank her for all she does in our community and the work she does to speak on behalf of the Arab American community here in Montgomery County.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Samira Hussein, and I lived in Montgomery County since 1982. So I have raised 4 children in Montgomery County Public Schools, and I'm also a recent retiree, over 30 years with MCPS. Thank you. I would like to start by thanking those who are the council members and the staff who attended our event last night, and also wanted to thank all the citations that we have received, including my District 39 with the Delegate Greg Wims. And also, I just wanted to mention something. Without the Community Partnership Office, none of this would happen. And our lovely Arwa, where is Arwa? Arwa. She really works around the clock. I know she's a part-timer, but believe me, I keep her busy all the time. And I really want to thank every one of you. We received the proclamation. It's really, it's an honor to receive the proclamation here. This is all of our hard work, all of us. And we don't expect things to happen overnight. But I was really moved this past weekend when I saw hundreds of thousands of Americans taking the streets under one title, Hands Off. So you understand the frustration that we have been doing all these years, and with that, our representatives listening to us. So now you understand how we feel. So we join with all of you, and thank you for this moment. And I'll turn it to Dr. Wafa Husayn to say something. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Peace be with you all. It's an honor to accept this proclamation as we celebrate Arab American Heritage Month. It's a time to honor the rich culture, history, and contributions of Arab Americans in the state of Maryland. We are over 25,000 Arab Americans here. And beyond. My deepest thanks to the City Council and the Multicultural Affairs Committee for this recognition, and of course all of you for coming here and doing the hard work and bringing us here. As we celebrate, we also have to reflect the late great Dr. Edward Said once wrote that every empire itself tells itself and the world that it is unlike all other empires, that its mission is not to plunder and control, but to educate and liberate. These words remind us that while we take pride in our heritage, we cannot ignore the systems that have shaped our community's struggles. As Dr. Rashid Khaldi, the renowned Columbia University Arab American historian, reminds us, the Arab world's struggles are not isolated. They're woven into the fabric of global power. So to heal, we must confront the systems that perpetuate harm. So this month is not just about celebration, it's about accountability. We must reckon with how foreign policies impact our families here in Montgomery County and abroad. And we need to work towards justice. So let us embrace hope through our workshops, our exhibits, and dialogues planned for this month. We will celebrate our vibrant traditions and build bridges. Together, we can honor our past while creating a future where Arab Americans and all communities within Montgomery County and beyond thrive. And may this month inspire both pride and progress. Shukran jazilan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now I'll ask the county exec to come up and we'll read the proclamation. Whereas Montgomery County is a welcoming community enriched by the diverse skills, values, and knowledge of its multicultural residents, and
whereas National Arab American Heritage Month is observed across the United States each April, celebrating the rich heritage and contributions of Arab Americans, and
whereas for over a century, Arab Americans have significantly contributed to various facets of American society, including medicine, law, business, technology, government, and culture, and
whereas Arab Americans have shared their rich culture and traditions with neighbors and friends, bringing resilient family values, a strong work ethic, dedication to education, and diversity in both faith and creed, thereby strengthening our nation, and
whereas the Arab American community joins all American citizens in the desire to see a peaceful and diverse society where every individual is treated equally and feels safe.
Now therefore it be resolved, Mark Elrich as County Executive and Kate Stewart as Council President of Montgomery County, Maryland, hereby proclaim April 2025 as Arab American Heritage Month in Montgomery County, and we encourage our residents to join us in recognizing the contributions of the Arab American community and to participate in the celebrations.
Great. Thank you. All right. Here you go.
We're now in recess.